I don't know why this microphone wasn't the default. It's always the default. Okay. How you guys doing? Frantic morning over here, but at least everything should be up. So, all right. Can you guys hear me now? Is the hope. That's the hope, right? Okay, great. Great. And I realize now I forgot to post it at a special place that I should be posting it. So I'll just take a second to do that. But hope you guys are doing well. How has this entire month been? I know I haven't been able to post since October. The whole situation with the Halloween sad time. Yeah, it just didn't feel appropriate to do anything for related to Jack Chick or anything related to Halloween, really. And that's kind of indicative of a lot of places, a lot of choices in Korea. A lot of places like schools and stuff, they didn't have the different Halloween events and that sort of thing. So, yeah. So, I'm just putting out, I'm doing, I-N-G. There we go. Cool. Great. That's all I needed to do. Yeah, I know. Let there be sound. Exactly. Hello, Mage. I wasn't sure. I was like, I know I sent you something, but I wanted to make sure that I sent you something. All right. For those of you guys in the U.S., did you have a nice Thanksgiving? The Thanksgiving equivalent, the Chuseok holiday in Korea. That's usually in end of September, early October, so that's long gone. Ah, man, my coffee. When I decided to do this, I thought, okay, I gotta chug my vitamins and stuff, and make sure everything was set up. The ring light doesn't work. I don't know why. It just isn't working, so that's always fun. And then the cats are doing their thing. You may hear other movement, you may hear dogs, so just that may happen. And good morning, Obyung. Greetings. Shugul is the largest lamp feather. No, it's an air filter. That thing back here. There it is. It's like all mirrored. I hate that. But yes, it's just an air purifier. I think a lot of them are about that size. Let's see. I'm just saying to someone real quick about doing a live stream. I just feel like there's stuff that I don't remember until I start a live stream. That sucks. You got leftovers from a friend? Well, that's nice. And there was turkey. Otherwise, it was here and there. By that, do you mean that you went to different places? I know some families, or just people that have a lot of different friends or that sort of thing, they go spend maybe an early dinner at one person's house and then move on to somebody else's house for dessert. I've heard of that. I've never done that, but I've heard of that. We always had just whoever's nearby, whichever family is nearby. Somebody hosts and everybody shows up. So had a large dinner, even though it's a small family. Okay. Had the flu. Yeah, actually my parents also have the flu. And I found that out. I gave them a call. I'm a little concerned with my father. I want him to remember he's getting old. You know, we're all getting older, and I'm sure this has happened for you, because Obyung said it's your drinking night. Well, one of your drinking nights, you'll be drinking in 15 minutes. You know, you used to be able to, not you specifically, but just a person, you know, in your 20s, you could, you know, drink a bunch of alcohol and then be totally fine the next day. And then in your 30s, you start kind of slowing down. In your 40s, it's like, gotta weigh, is this even worth it? You know, in some cases. But there are some people that can still handle their liquor very well. I think it might be a Korean, like, genetic bonus, like a racial bonus, if we want to talk about Dungeons and Dragons. I spoke to some friends on the phone telling me about Thanksgiving, and I kept hearing about heartburn, Hershey squirts, and family brawls akin to WWE Royal Rumbles. Sheesh. Well, Sugar, those are some great English words for you to have learned. So I'm very happy for you. For me, I never understood if why people eat food they don't like. So there's this, I guess, pseudo Mexican food fast food place called Taco Bell, which was actually founded by a Marine. Thank you very much. And people would talk about how they have issues with diarrhea, for example, or going to a similar kind of place, just a little more upscale, a little more expensive, called Chipotle. And they talked about, having these, oh yeah, it's spicy going in, it's spicy going out, or oh, you can have a late night meal, but then you're up even later in the bathroom. And I thought that was a joke. That I don't know why it was a joke, but I just thought it was a joke. Because why are you eating food that's so bad for you? But then I met people that are lactose intolerant, but they still eat cheese. They make everybody suffer around them with their lactose intolerance, dairy farts, and they suffer in the bathroom because they wanted to eat cheese, even though it's going to make them feel just, I don't know. I mean, if something's going to make you feel that bad the next day, it better be alcohol. You know what I mean? At least you're getting like a event out of it, You're changing your mood, you're physically feeling different, as opposed to, I went to Taco Bell because they were the only place open and I didn't want to make ramen at home. I don't understand. So that's, Mage is asking if I'm feeling better. So I actually did catch COVID too towards the, it was the very end of October. So that was exciting. We had a little COVID Mary kind of moment. So a few of us got sick. It was weird. I felt really, really physically exhausted a lot. But the thing I hated the most, of course, was my sense of taste. It didn't go away, but it changed. And so I remember I was talking to Mage just about trying this spicy seafood ramen from Japan, and all I tasted was just melted butter. I was very upset. For that reason, I mentioned to Mage that I have only really been eating bread and butter in the morning, and that's what I have over here. You can probably hear it because I left it in the thing too long, but I think you can. I was gonna, tear off pieces and eat it because, again, this is my breakfast. I haven't had breakfast, but it's quite crunchy, so that's not something we could really do. I got the R2D3 prototype. I do. It's back there. It performs functions such as filtering air and also noting when there's a bad smell. So of course, yes, it has been tested with my buddies and I to go near it and fart and then see if it detects that there is a smell. So it'll change red and it'll try to filter it, and like the filter sound goes up, so the fan, it increases, and then it says nimse, which means like odor or smell. So yes, it'll do that if I'm cooking Indian food. It'll do that if I'm cooking fish. Anything that has like a really strong smell, somehow it can recognize there's a nimse. So okay. But that was the one that was interesting, was just to go and do just next to it, and it registered. So Now, anytime it goes off, it doesn't matter what the reason is. It's just, well, who farted? So, but yeah, that's what it does. That's the R2D3 prototype. And if you guys are interested in that kind of function, then for Cyber Monday, you can. No, I don't have any codes. What would I promote? I wondered that if I were like a popular YouTuber, what would be something? What would be something that I would promote? I hear NordVPN on a lot of atheist YouTube stuff, so I don't know. Would NordVPN? I feel something more like a makeup, like a gothic makeup company, maybe. That would be kind of fun. Not today, obviously, but gothic makeup company. Yeah, something like that. That's what I feel. Maybe some. No, we don't do a lot of music on here, do we? I was gonna say some kind of like ticket master kind of ticket company for rock music, but I don't think we really do rock music here. I mean, we do here, but just on the channel. I feel like this needs to be adjusted, but I'm really scared to adjust it. It's a little better, I think. All these fuzzies from the cats, so. Let's see. I have 2 or 3 days put aside to recover from night drinking now. Exactly. In the U.S., I kept encountering Taco Bell and also Taco Time. Oh, Taco Time, that's a good one. Taco Time is better, I think. I remember Taco Bell's jingle, make a run for the border. Yeah, and so some people made a joke, like make a run for the bathroom. But again, why are you... I think it's because... I don't know, can people just not handle beans? Is it because none of the stuff I thought was spicy, and I hate, I don't want to be that person that's like, it's not spicy. I never thought Taco Bell's food was spicy. So I was just, they're like, oh, it's spicy going in, spicy going out. I'm like, haha, that's the joke, because it's not. That's what I thought. I thought everybody was making this like sarcastic joke. And I well, why about, and I didn't know why about Taco Bell. Is it racist? I really didn't know, because to me, Taco Bell is as spicy as McDonald's. You know what I mean? And I'm not trying to do a vocal fry. Sorry, guys. I know I'm looking like, this is my, what's her name from Theranos? Cosplay today. You guys know who I'm talking about? The Theranos lady? She got, 7 years in prison? Good. Let's see. Will it complain if you fart or have bad breath? It just turns red. So you can see it's blue. Blue means that it's good air. That's what it means. So this is something to definitely have in the summertime. And then in March. March is yellow dust season. There's some, it's basically particulate that blows over from the Gobi Desert, but also it picks up some of the pollution like in Beijing. So it's this very fine sand that also carries with it some pollutants, and it dusts everything yellow. I wonder if we can find an image of it. Let's see. Boop, boop, boop. Yellow dust, Korea, 2022, sure. Yeah, like that. It's yellow. That's why it's called yellow dust. I just wanted to see it on something. It basically, when it's on a bunch of stuff, it looks like pollen. If you're not wearing a mask, and this is another reason that masks were not a big deal to, to implement in Korea for the pandemic, because, we're just kind of used to wearing masks anyway because of this kind of thing. So if you don't have your mask on, you can actually taste the air. So especially around this kind of season, you do want to have one of these filters, and of course shut all your windows and things. When I was a kid, part of where I grew up was not in Los Angeles, but it was sort of an adjacent area, and we would have smog days. So to me, this is kind of similar, except number one, Los Angeles tried to do something to get rid of the smog. This isn't really something in Korea's control, and honestly, it's not really something in control of China either. It's a desert. What can you do about that? And the other thing was we would have days off. So if it was a very heavy smog, we would just have smog days. Whereas in Korea, you can literally taste the air and still have to go to work or go to school. So to me, that's a little unusual. But then again, if we had days off for smog days or yellow dust days, we would be missing a significant portion of work or school in those months. So, but anyway, yeah, that's what these big guys are really used for. So if the day is really bad, let's say that I left the door open because I forgot, and then the cats are going out on the veranda, not outside. I don't let my cats outside. It's very dangerous. But the veranda, even with the windows shut, it's still a little bit older of an apartment, so it doesn't seal very well. So I might come in and notice there's yellow dust in some places. So I'll immediately turn this thing on, and it's just red. It goes from red to, there's like a yellow, orange, green, and blue. So that's just how that's just how it works. Yeah. Just lets you know. Elizabeth Holmes. Thank you, Sarah. Yes, this is my Elizabeth Holmes. Did I nail it? I gotta bring my voice really go down like this, because it's really difficult to be a woman in Silicon Valley, and that's why I try to pretend like I'm Steve Jobs. Did I nail it? Let's see. I think I put it. Yeah, there might be several. There's 5 total, but 2 of them tend to stay in the bedroom just by choice. Nord sucks. PIA is far better. I tried Nord and I had to reset my password twice on the day I made the account because their system couldn't handle the login. Was it like a really super good password? What about something like Curiosity Stream? Oh, or something educational. Yeah, I like that. The only thing that they had that was any good was Taco Time's potato tater tots with sauce. I couldn't eat anything else for my diet. I gotcha. We can just call them tater tots, actually, because that's what the potato comes from. I think there are some people that refer to potatoes as taters, like mashed taters or baked taters. I think it's a regional thing. Where I lived, I've never heard it, but I've heard it in movies or also in books. Taco Bell fire sauce is salty. It is pretty salty, isn't it? Yeah. Look up the Brown Friday plumber memes and jokes. Maybe on something else, yeah. Taco Bell is just the same bland bean slop served 10 different shells. The only spicy there is the sauce you use. Right. My brother and I have this joke that whenever they would come up with something new for Taco Bell, we're like, isn't that just the blah blah, except it's put together differently? So we had, I don't know, when you're kids, you make up your own entertainment. So we had these kind of jokes where it was just related to that. I guess it's not funny retelling it. It was funny at the time. The Khamsin winds blow in parts of Egypt for about 50 days. They can cause day blindness at times. Almost impossible to completely get out of the house once the door is open and it's inside. Oh, I believe it. I always thought the Taco Bell jokes and Arby's Chipotle are based on the idea that the quality of food is low and over-processed. I don't know, I always felt McDonald's was really low quality. I don't know. Because I remember just being a kid and, you'd have burgers just you would have burgers at your house sometimes, you know what I mean? You just make burgers. And they never tasted anything remotely similar. And I always wondered about that. And so, you'd get some uncle or something saying, oh, because it's made out of horse meat, just some joke. But to me, yeah, I just thought it was, ultra processed, especially the McRib. It's ribs, but it doesn't have a bone, but it's sort of formed as if it has a bone. And I'm not saying this to sound like for snobbery or snobbish. I wasn't sure which word I wanted to say. Eat processed food all you like. Just don't pretend that it's healthy. But yeah, I just ate a bunch of candy yesterday. Obviously I'm not against that. Actually, I've had thought about doing taste tests of foods that are sold in Korea, like at a McDonald's or something, but that are only sold in Korea. But I just didn't know if anybody would be interested in something like that, or if it's too similar to foods you're familiar with that it just wouldn't be interesting. LA tried to take a more aggressive policy by importing more palm trees from Florida to deal with the smog and pollution. It improved, but it didn't eliminate completely. The other thing that they did was a lot of smog checks. So vehicles were really, really regulated. The thing that's difficult about Los Angeles is that it's sort of in a bowl, and it's surrounded by a lot of these foothills to like the Sierra Nevadas. And so the problem is that these polluted winds don't really get out of the bowl, and it takes a while for them to circulate out properly. So they just kind of get stuck sitting there. That's the biggest problem. Hi, Scott. The worst part, and this is what I have to show my students, is those beautiful blood red sunsets. And it's just, I remember being a kid looking out at how gorgeous the sky was, and my mom yelling at us, "Get inside!" And we didn't know why. And she said, the darker the sky is in the red, the darker red the sky is, the more smog is out there. Sorry, this thing is vibrating. Okay, some public safety alert. Oh, it just tells us how many more people were officially diagnosed with COVID the previous day. FYI. So we get these alerts from the government. Which is 340 if you care. Let's see. 11 years behind bars. Wonder how many she'll have to do. I thought she had 7 for digits. I thought Elizabeth Holmes had 7. And I don't like Elizabeth Holmes' name because it reminds me of Elizabeth Smart. And I'm thinking, when I think about, who's that Theranos CEO? No, it's not Elizabeth Smart. She was a kidnapping victim. No, it's Elizabeth Holmes. Okay. Blood rain in Scandinavia, which is sand from the Sahara. It's kind of crazy to think about geographically. That is crazy to think about geographically. Thanks for sharing. Are you going to use a different account besides Twitter for what? For what? Taters down south. Okay. McDonald's is low quality, but I think it doesn't give people the runs because of the fiber in the sawdust. What about the fiber in the bean paste? Also, they have better marketing to keep the jokes at bay. That's true. What was it? The Arch Deluxe. That one was really bad. That one is people called it like the Arch Mix Sucks and stuff like that. If you don't remember the Arch Deluxe, can we even find it? The Arch Deluxe. Can't type. Yeah, there was that line down the bun. So let me move this so you can see it better. Yeah. So the Arch Deluxe basically was advertised as this burger that kids don't want. It was for adult tastes, right? So it had a soft, buttery home-style bun, a new secret sauce for grown-ups, sweet Spanish onions, blah, blah, blah. But the way they advertised it was basically with kids eating it and hating it. That was their advertisement. But then like their mom or dad would taste it and be like, oh, this is like grown-up food, So I will take I don't know which parents were taking kids to McDonald's just for the kids, and then they would go eat something else. That just sounds like a lot of work. But I guess that existed. So now the parents know I can also enjoy a tasty burger at McDonald's too. And yeah, the marketing was terrible. It's people biting into your burger and saying they hate it. Speaking of, for our final exam, my students had this idea, and I cleared it with the school. We're going to do a marketing attempt just to see if they can convince students to eat a snack they normally wouldn't eat. So this isn't anything, like unethical. There's some snacks in Korea that are more traditional. They tend to be consumed by just older people, that's all. And then we have a snack machine at school, and they're going to see, based on operant conditioning or classical conditioning, they're going to try to find a way to market this, one of their snacks. So the snacks have to be pretty equivalent in price, taste, and undesirability, I guess you can call it. And they have to try to figure out ways to use either classical or operant conditioning, just depending on which thing they were randomly assigned. And they're going to try to get the students to check it. Now, our machines are run by a company through the IT guy, who just kind of does a lot of other, anything that's a machine, the IT guy works with. So the IT, this is a machine, he works with this. So he's going to be able to tell us the exact number. So on this day, you know, the students wanted this many of this thing and this many of that other thing. So we'll be able to track the numbers that way. So they already have some good ideas. I'm excited to see how it turns out. I think this will be a lot of fun. Yeah, for sure. So yeah, just thought of that. I think this will be a good time. Let's see in the chat. Krampus's wisdom quote today: "The only reason I don't eat humans is because the tiny bones would get stuck in my throat and no one would be around to extract them." That's true. That's true. Thank you for translating, Krampus. By the way, what is your favorite Christmas movie, holiday movie around Christmas, I guess? Besides Die Hard, because that's, of course, the right answer. Somebody asked that yesterday, and I remember there's a Krampus movie, so that's there. And then also, if you can't think of one, or you're still thinking of one, the next question is, do you think The Nightmare Before Christmas is a Christmas movie or a Halloween movie? I always thought it was a Halloween movie. We're in Halloween Town. We have Halloween main characters. They're harassing Santa Claus to take over his holiday. I always felt it was a Halloween movie. But some people feel it's a Christmas movie, so those are my questions for you. Don't they have seafood things at Korea Mickey D's? You know what? I haven't been to a McDonald's in a while. I'm just not a fan. Koreans are always surprised to hear that I'm not a fan of McDonald's. Just because, well, you know, it's so American. It's burgers. Aren't Westerners like a big fan of burgers? And I'm just like, I'd rather eat intestine soup because it's good. If you're going to take me somewhere to go get food. What are we doing? Korean McDonald's menu. They also have a breakfast menu. Okay, I found one in English for you guys. Let's see. Can we make this guy smaller? I guess, but now it's too damn small. Okay. Also we can turn that text on. Cool. All right. Pepperoni pizza burger. What the hell? What? Okay. So let me make myself smaller too, so you can see my reactions to this. Cause what? Why would you have this? Is my question. Pepperoni pizza burger. Okay. Featuring a football-shaped soccer bun. Got both terms for soccer there. A rich and savory pizza sauce with pepperoni and 2 100% beef patties. Are you ready to watch football with McDonald's? Oh, okay. It's for the World Cup, right? The pepperoni pizza mega burger. This has got 4 pieces, like 4 slabs of like beef patties, but what are these in here? These C's? What are they? What's that supposed to be? I have no idea. And it doesn't explain. Interesting. McCrispy Deluxe, that's just it's like a spicy chicken burger. Big Mac, Shanghai. 1955 burger. Do you guys have this? It's supposed to be, I guess, classic style burger. It's got grilled onions and bacon on it. Yeah, I don't know. 113 grams of thick beef patty, deep flavor of grilled onion with special 1955 sauce, which of course, what is that? Did they even have it? The taste of 1955 since McDonald's began. Eternal original 1955 burger. That almost sounds like a haiku, right? It sounds very, very lofty for a burger, especially since I don't believe that McDonald's burgers originated this way. Didn't they just have the regular little burger, right? Right? Quarter pounder, McChicken mozzarella. Oh, sugar, a spicy Arabian inspired sauce, whatever that means. What would that mean? Was it za'atar? Like, is that, has it got tahini in it? So we got what? There's 2 lops of mayonnaise, or was one labna? Like, okay. Bulgogi burger. Why would the McChicken mozzarella have Arabian inspired sauce? I feel like it would have Italian sauce, right? It's mozzarella. There's an egg bulgogi burger. That's not for breakfast. The supreme shrimp burger. Mage, I think this is what you may have been thinking about as far as seafood. The standard of shrimp with real shrimps inside. Okay. Shrimp beef burger. I mean, why? So it's just a beef patty with the shrimp patty. Double filet of fish, does that exist? It's just like a double stack of filet of fish. Yeah, the hamburger, cheeseburger, that's it. Nothing super exciting, right? Except for this pepperoni nonsense. This would have been good to put the mozzarella sticks on, I think. This would have been the place to do it. Just to go ultra crazy, make it really, really difficult to eat. Like this ultra 4 patty monstrosity. That's going to be something really difficult to eat, right? What? Why? Is there burger? Oh, McMorning. Just to see if there's anything that you guys don't have. Shanghai chicken snack wrap. That's a breakfast. Deluxe breakfast, hotcakes. That's it. Not a whole lot of stuff. From 4 a.m. to 10:30. BLT egg. Yeah. I guess that's it. I don't know. I thought there would be more stuff. But I am surprised at the snack wrap. The Shanghai snack wrap. Okay. Interesting. Let's see what you guys are saying in the chat. Talking about Elizabeth Holmes sentenced to 11 years in prison for defrauding Theranos investors. Good. Maybe it's her buddy that was sentenced to 7, or I just totally misunderstood. Arch Deluxe, bringing back memories. You're welcome. I'm not sure if you're welcome is the phrase that we want, but it's there. That crevice immediately brings to mind the Vulcans and the fissure in their foreheads, right? Was the adult secret sauce alcoholic? I don't remember what it was. I think it was like French dressing. Secret. We have a couple gourmet burgers at McDonald's in Denmark, which still aren't great. Do you have a name for those? And then we can look them up. Let's see. When I scrolled down, it kind of jumped. Hello Funny Stersta, I think is how you pronounce it. Here we are. Taco Bell beef is only 30% meat. We don't talk about this anymore. The rest is like oats and stuff, isn't it? Remember the McDLT? Yeah, hot stays hot, cold stays cold, and then you put the 2 together. Both sides serve lukewarm. Yeah, exactly. If you guys don't know the McDLT, it is... Oops. Where is it at? McDLT... Okay, this is it. It doesn't look very good in the like that upper left corner. It's $1.95. Obviously, this is this is from the 80s, but basically, yeah, this is a good idea to show. Here we go. The McDLT. So the cold stuff stays cold, and then the hot stuff stays hot, and so you open it and you assemble the sandwich. Hopefully quickly, and that's pretty much it. But it's kind of funky because the other stuff is in these smaller containers. It's a little easier to consume and stack together, put into a bag, take it out really easily and start eating. People don't like new very much. Innovation is not something you can spring on people. You can ask them about it, but it's hard to spring innovation on people, I think. Sorry guys, I keep getting some weird throat. Don't want to cough and be hacking around you guys. Eat the cricket, it's a snack. Mother, yes. I remember opening up one of those ice cream things that you just buy at the park. You know, they're being sold for like 50 cents. I opened it up and there was a fly or mosquito or something in there. And I said, Dad, there's a bug in my ice cream. And he just scooped it up with the ice cream and ate it. And he said, free protein. So of course I use that joke for my students. Have you heard the A&W 1/3 pound burger marketing failure? Oh yes, Shane. If you guys haven't heard about it, and that's what Mage says. We're the one that people thought 1/4 was bigger than 1/3 because 4 is bigger than 3. Yay. Math. Let's see. The Garfield Christmas special is one that I love. Okay. It's a Wonderful Life. I haven't seen that. I still haven't seen it. Another vote for Gremlins. Oh, yeah. Okay. Definitely going to be watching Gremlins. Nightmare Before Christmas is both. They learn the true meaning of Christmas at the end. Okay. Halloween movie, but What's This is in my Christmas playlist. Okay. Groundhog Day, favorite holiday movie, even though it's a rubbish holiday. That's true. I mean, snow is involved. That's Christmas enough, right? Christmas Story and Flash Gordon. I like Christmas Story. I like it because everybody's miserable. You know, it's not, oh, everything's wonderful at the end. You know, we're still pretty miserable and, you know, the turkey was destroyed. The Krampus 2015 film is hilarious and awesome. What I don't understand is why Krampus shows up to this American neighborhood. Is it just because the German grandmother is there? Does Krampus follow Germans around the world? Because why would he be there this year? And nobody knows what she's talking, like Grandma's talking about. The grandmother only speaks German, if you haven't watched this. This is like a mixed kind of family, and the grandma's speaking German the whole time. And the kids can speak German, but they usually speak to her in English. So it's just kind of one of those mixed, like bilingual families. But it makes you wonder, you know, if she's been here before, like living with her kids and grandkids, how come Krampus never showed up the previous year? Did she do something that pissed off Krampus, that he had to come all the way to America and he's just killing people left and right because he's mad that he had to fly all the way to the United States? It just left me with, a lot of questions. I mean, overall, I like the idea of a holiday horror film. I like that. But I was left with several questions. The classic Grinch movie from 1966. Oh, okay. You're going to make us all hungry. Look, if I have to suffer, I can't eat my super hard bread right now. So we're all suffering, okay? Mom's Touch has the best sandwich. Yes, I think Mom's Touch does a good job. Mom's Touch is a lot of chicken burgers. They do a really nice job. The home-style burger from McDonald's in Denmark. Let's check it out. Home-style burger. Let's see. McDonald's, Denmark. Not Hokum. Home-style burger. Wow. Okay. This looks intense. Jeez. I mean, are they served like that? Look at the French fries. I guess those would be a lot closer to chips, huh? Wow. What is, Feedlag? Feedlog. What is that? Is that how you say the ö? No, that's the umlaut. Ah? Isn't it make an ah sound? Like, feedlag? Lag? We have mayo, béarnaise, cheddar cheese, and hot chilies. Okay. I didn't know the Danes were spicy people. Are you Denmarkians, a very spicy people? I mean, is it spicy? Or is it one of those mayonnaise is spicy things? The mega burger with 4 types of meat pulp. That sounds horrifying. I wish the price was from 1955. I know, right? What do you mean, Lee? It's literally sauce saved from 1955. You've been warned. That must be it. One Arabian-inspired dollop of fool on my burger, please, sir. That would be good. Can you imagine? You just see pieces of fool just coming out. You could not enjoy it. Shane, for some reason, this hid your message. I think it's because you wrote suck. That's all. Tracy Harris left Twitter when Elon Musk took over. Cool. Where does she go? Is there another platform? I've always been surprised by the way exotic foreign foods are often very similar, except for weird delicacies that no one actually eats. But I think I'm going to be that guy. They're not exotic, and they're not weird. They're just foods that you haven't, you're not familiar with. Because I've had people talk about how exotic my food is, and I'm like, it's just my family food. It's fried rice. Fried rice with Spam. It's not exotic. So I do remember when I was in the military, and I was visiting somebody, just they went out of town to visit their family. So I went with them because their family was a lot closer than mine, and it was some holiday thing. And I was making food that I'm used to making, so they had gotten used to that I would just make this very quote unquote exotic food, right? And I remember it was the morning and I wanted some oatmeal, and all they had was just oats just hanging out. There was it wasn't in the container that it was purchased in. It was put into just one of those containers with the tops that snap so they save longer. So there were no instructions. And I remember asking the father, I said, hey, how do you make oatmeal? And he started laughing, and he thought I was kidding. And I said, well, I don't get the joke. I missed something. And he says, you can make all of these exotic foods without a recipe, but you need a recipe for oatmeal. And I said, hey, those are my foods. To me, this is exotic. Because we didn't have oatmeal growing up. I had no idea how to make oatmeal. Can I cook it in a microwave? Is this something is there a 1-to-1, measure? Do I need to measure it? So it was really surprising for him because they were very, Southern, just these Southern white people. So for them, a lot of the foods that I cooked were these exotic Oriental foods, right? And so for him to hear, no, your oatmeal is exotic to me, that was really interesting for him. And so after that, he stopped giving me so much crap about my food, which meant we gave each other both crap because now we understand. So it was a good time. I love sharing my food. I love sharing my family recipes. I love it. I love it so much. But yeah, I don't know how to make oatmeal. I still don't. If I need to make oatmeal, I have to look up the recipe. I don't know. I really don't know. Let's see. You guys are talking about with Tracy opposed to Elon Musk, or just figured it would go downhill. Racist being allowed on Twitter. Here's what I think may happen with that. If Twitter becomes a place that's known for a certain type of post, then people who are on there that don't post that way, they're going to leave. Just because that's one of the ways you contact people, or one of the things that you're talking about. Oh, hey, did you guys see this thing on Twitter? Or I was, I didn't see it on the news or anything. I just heard about it on Twitter, right? And so if you mention that to a group of people, but culturally everything has changed to where Twitter is where racists go, then when you say, hey, I heard about this on Twitter, you're kind of telling everybody, hey, I'm a racist, right? Which is, of course, isn't true, but just kind of guilt by association. So I think for people that they're kind of ambivalent to it, or they're just, not interacting with that type of person who uses Twitter, I think they're just going to leave Twitter so they're not associated with it. And I think it's just going to turn into I don't think it'll work. I don't think they're going to go to Tumblr. I think they want to go to something equivalent. I don't know what would be really equivalent to Twitter that already exists. The closest thing might be Instagram, but even then, you have to post an image. Can you imagine if everybody went to 4chan? That's what I think should happen. Everybody should go to 4chan and just, totally change the demographic. That's it. Let's see. Oh, Santa Sleigh, horror comedy. Okay, that's one. Maybe we should watch I wish we could watch movies together without them being flagged. If I recall correctly, it was the kid's letter coupled with the grandmother's connection to the old country that triggered his appearance. Okay. So he's like a government worker. He doesn't check. It's just if something happens, then he's like, I gotta go check now. So this kid's letter, I gotta go check now. That's the word for garlic. Wow. Was it that bad, by the way? Vidlag? Is it that bad? I saw the new Hellraiser. Hey, Nikki. Oh, I'm so glad you're here. I saw the new Hellraiser. It was good. The ending is what made it, actually. I also saw the new Hellraiser. Is that we're talking about Christmas movies. Would that be considered? I don't remember much of Hellraiser in terms of what was going on outside of the actual movie. Speaking of horror stuff, I'm playing The Devil in Us. It's one of these games where you're kind of choosing what happens, and either and if you mess up enough, your entire group could die, and if you do it correctly, nobody dies. So far, one of our people has died. Kate has died. I think I know why I screwed up. So playing it again, I think I can make a better decision. But yeah, it's like a puzzle game, but it's horror. I really like this one because it's based off of H.H. Holmes, who was the first recognized serial killer in the United States, and he made that really funky house. And I do tell the students about H.H. Holmes sometimes, just depending on the types of students that are there, and how much time we have and stuff. So when I found out this was about H.H. Holmes, I thought, I gotta play it. So it's so exciting. Just to let you guys know, if you ever do play those games, there's several in the series. There's always an introduction, and then you hear the music start, and then the curator, who's kind of like the narrator, kind of giving you some information, that person explains it, then the game itself starts. No matter what you do, all of your characters in the beginning will always die. So don't worry, because I always worried about that, and I would like reset the game and try again and reset it. No, they're all supposed to die, so it doesn't matter. So at the very, very beginning, where you're kind of, whetting your appetite for the game, everybody dies. That's just how it works. Yeah. The homestyle burger is supposedly invented by different famous chefs. Well, which one? Did they put their name on it? Because that should be telling. Burger fuel with beetroot. Oh, this must be an Australian thing. I tried the burger with beetroot. I thought it was nice. And there is a Trump Twitter knockoff, but I can't remember what it was called. Yeah, I heard about that. I migrated to Mastodon. I mean, I like the name. At first, I thought about the heavy metal band, but is it good? Is it equivalent? One fairly common theme with fairy or supernatural beings is that they require some sort of invitation before they can get involved. Ahaha. See, you're right. It's funny that Elon buying Twitter finally made people finally recognize the cesspit that it often is before he changed anything. I hope the bot and the toxic filtering gets better. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's because with Twitter, I would say there's a different type of cesspit. I was talking about this with Mage. Mage knows what I mean. I call it diet woke. So I would say back in the day, maybe the 90s and early 2000s, I think a lot of people like us, we would have been considered woke. where you're just basically more interested in what's going on socially. You can kind of take a step back from the taking sides and realize like, oh, well, actually this thing that side A accuses side B of, it seems that side B also is doing that thing. Going more into like historical context, how did these two places kind of come out and rise, to be where they're at now? That kind of thing was woke, So I don't hate that term, but now people that they feel like they've got it, but really they don't got it. They feel like it, but they don't. I call them diet woke. And so one example, and so maybe you've already heard this. One example that I use is when these basically self-hating Caucasian people, especially in the United States, talk about how bad white people are because of European imperialism, and how we have to recognize our privilege, and how Europe really changed everything, blah, 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 blah. First of all, Europe is a continent. Go tell the Irish that they're imperialists, right? Second, this totally ignores the Islamic Empire. This totally ignores the Japanese imperialism that happened. And of course, if we go back further, the Mongolian Empire as well. That definitely changed the genetic makeup of the planet, for sure, the Mongolian Empire. And then, places like my grandmother encountered Japanese imperialism, you know what I mean? And so this idea that only Caucasian people have some kind of privilege because only Caucasian people were, capable of going into other cultures and destroying them because of the nature of caucasity, but totally ignoring the fact that this absolutely happens with other groups such as Japan and such as the Islamic Empire. I would say that's diet woke. And I would also even argue to them, which I do, don't you think that's a bit racist to assume that only Europeans were capable of being imperialist? Don't you think that's a little bit racist? So of course they fall over themselves trying to be like, well, are you saying that Asian people were just too incapable of being imperialist? Is that what you're saying? By the way, this is Krampus's son, which I guess we should call him Chaco von Krampusson. Yeah, Chaco von Krampusson. There he is. He's pretty big. You see how big he is? He really likes attention, and he's how much are you? 9 kilos? He's like 18, 20 pounds. So he's a big baby. Look at him though. He's so happy. Oh, yeah. You ready? You ready? Yeah. You want to go up? Okay. You don't have to. You can go down. Okay. Contrarian. As soon as I say he's so happy, then he gets mad. Yeah, Chaco von Krampusson. That's what we're going to call him. Hi, Wolfilify. We're talking about diet woke. I've heard of Mastodon. Some have gone to post. Trump's MAGA site is Truth Social. Okay. I might use that, but I will cite you, making sure not to trigger copyright infringement claims. Go for it. McDonald's Canada had a meat campaign a few years ago that had foods from across the country. Chocolate, I don't know how to pronounce that. Nanaimo? Nanimo? I always just said Nanimo. I don't know if that's how you pronounce it. So chocolate Nanimo Sundae for British Columbia, Western barbecue burger for the prairies. What is Canadian barbecue sauce made from? Just curious. Cottage country chicken sandwich for Ontario, maple and bacon poutine. I did hear it's pronounced poutine. Thanks, Chunk. I hope that wasn't too loud. No, you're not jumping up there. There's no space. If you do, you're just going to knock down the boxes. There's no space, Chunk. There's none, okay? And the McLobster for Atlantic Canada. I have heard of the McLobster. Is that still sold? Come here. Come here. Okay. There you go. There you go. Look, everybody wants to see you. Yeah, they like you. Tell Choco you like him. Otherwise he gets mad. Oh. I love him so much. Tell him you like him. Here, I gotta read what they say, okay? They're saying that they like you. They're saying they like you. One wrote caucasity. Are you caucasity? He looks mad either way, that's true. No, he looks happy. Shane says hello. Yeah. Says hello. Oh, Mage says that you're so fluffy, he's gonna die. I know, he's a big floofs. He's very floofs. Oh. Nanimo? Like Nemo? Nanaimo probably, right? Cat Cassidy. Oh, yeah, catastrophe. You're a catastrophe. Yeah, yes you are. Look how pleased he is. I can't move now. I'm so sorry. That's his mother. She also demands attention. Oh, she woke up the baby. Now she doesn't like to be held, but maybe she'll show up if I do this. This is the mama. Come on, mama. Okay, mama. She doesn't like to be held at all. She likes her tummy rubbed. Can we see the babies, the mamas? Where's the mamas? There, come on. No, she's not. The problem is she's very beautiful and she's very photogenic. Yes, you are. Very photogenic. And she is a treat monster. Yes, you are. She steals everybody's food. She's a monster for treats. All right, you gotta go, though. You gotta go. You gotta go. You're in the way. I guess you can be here. Let's see. It's a bit too complicated to explain Mastodon with so few characters, but it's like a decentralized service, which feels like Twitter. The decentralization means that no one owns the I mean, thank you, Jesper. It's just having a cat butthole that close to my nose. We're gonna set off the R2D3, the Nimse. No, your butthole doesn't smell. Do not fall down on the computer. Don't. If you scratch your tummy, she'll flop over, so you can scratch your tummy even more. Nobody owns the service. What is this, like Twitter Bitcoin? Bitter? I left Twitter and went to Bitter. Baghdad never recovered from the 1258 invasion, even after the 1344 construction. Not forgetting the Ottomans were caused. Yes, exactly. Yeah, the Ottomans we can't forget. Cat fluff. Yep. Can we just see her better? More butt. There's just a butthole right in my face. Don't lay on. Okay, if you're gonna lay down, let me move this out of the way so you don't sit on the keyboard. Okay. All right, here. Come on. Here you go. Mm-hmm. Oh, right on my neck. Oh, God. It was in the, that spot where your clavicle. It doesn't hurt. It just feels weird. Okay. This is the big boy. Yeah, exactly. Like, so relaxed. Hey, Outbreak says you are perfection. You have to be nice to him. Crook is the one, he never shows up, but Crook is the one that, he's incredibly sensitive. If you even make a joke at his expense, he just starts like clawing at everything. He gets so upset. So upset. And all this cat fur. I wear a lot of black for somebody who's got way, I mean, you can see just how much cat hair, right? You can see it. Yeah. I've given up at this point. It's just catching. That's all. The cat's saying we shall not be moved. I agree. What are you looking at? No. Oh, there's a baby. He's eating his little bickies. His bickies. All right. So, this is Beat the Cult. And at Beat the Cult. Her name is Nikki. Not the Nikki that's in this chat. At least I don't think so. You guys probably can't see it. There. So, this fun says here, so it says, hashtag lesbian, hashtag non-theist, hashtag atheist, hashtag Stallone. But this person says, you profile says you're a lesbian, which confuses me. Yes, you may appear as female on the outside, but your soul tells a different picture. It's 100% male, which I don't know. As far as I understand, she's not trans. And even if she was, I mean, might be a jerk. It's free to not be a jerk. It's just free. So she posts a lot of interesting stuff. How am I not following the Thinking Atheist? I don't remember why. Hey atheist, since you don't believe in God, where did everything come from? So that's one thing I wanted to do, is just kind of get your guys' opinion. So that's the question. Since you don't believe in God, where did everything come from? So what do you say when people ask you that? I ask them, are you talking about like the earth and stuff? Or are you talking about like atoms and stuff? Which they'll usually just say, like atoms, everything. And I just say, we don't know. As far as we understand, matter can't be created or destroyed, so I don't know. Maybe it wasn't created. Maybe it's just a thing that's always been. I don't know. And that's just my answer. Yeah. Yeah, not being a jerk is a free thing. Exactly. Right. I don't know. First, what is everything? Right. I have that same, what do you mean specifically? I say, I don't know. If you do know, then please make your case. Yeah. So looks like we all pretty much, have the same answer. Second, did God create from nothing? Oh, that's good. That's good, Leonardo. Because that's true. A lot of creation stories don't have that. Actually, I'm interested for you guys locally. What's like your local traditions creation story? So for ours, they are brother and sister. A lot of these do start kind of family incesty, but this was a little different. The brother's body was broken up and became stuff, but the sister provided life to the stuff. So like the body, like part of his body became the sun, but the sister lit the sun. And part of his body became the ground, but the sister created like growth, like plants and those things from the ground. So I think that's really cool. I don't know, it's just a little different than what I'm used to hearing in some of these traditional ones. So what about for you guys? Your local or your genetic like heritage, so if you're from, like if you live in, let's say, part of Canada, but your genetic history is from Ireland, then, what did the traditional, like Celts or something, what did they believe? The Gaelic beliefs about this stuff. So that's a question. If you know. I've hit a wall of indifference because I've realized that I don't actually know anything. It's just a matter of believing what's comfortable. Yeah, that's true. Here most people are Catholic. I don't know much about indigenous myths. It's a shame because I like such myths. Then maybe you can find out and share with us on the Discord. That'd be really fun, I think. If you want to. I'm not giving you homework. Don't worry. Let's check out another question. let's see, she mentions, every single time I have a conversation with a religious person, namely Christians and Muslims, the conversation devolves into this question. So atheists, what do you say? Heaven and hell are not real places. Okay, let's see what this guy is saying. Atheism, reality is awesome. And this person says, no, that's not atheism. God made that. Atheism doesn't take away the pain from life, but it does take away all the hope. What hope? The hope that Hitler's in heaven because he repented. We atheists will stop mocking religion when religion stops mocking us. Okay. I will never forget my conversation with that woman. He decides what we do. This has a lot to do with my discomfort with the church. I didn't ask to be born female. I didn't ask to be subservient to men simply because of this. Yeah, that is an interesting one. Okay. Do you know anyone who's been in a cult? Well, I mean, you guys know me, but do you guys know anybody else who's been in a cult? That's something interesting. I'm wanting to do research with my degree. So, like, research in psychology once I get it. And that is one of the types of research I want to do is for cults. But I think my capstone project, I think I figured out what it's going to be. And then that'll be about trying to differentiate a typical idea of an anxiety attack from something that veterans experience. Because we get diagnosed with anxiety attacks, but the literature they always give us doesn't line up with how how the symptoms that we have. And I've met more veterans like this, so I wanted to just check into it. Yes, you do have homework. I don't even know if Norse mythology has a creation story, which would be mine. I don't know, isn't it about like the eternal tree? Right? Something with the eternal tree. We Arabs before Islam had three things: polytheism, a small minority of monotheism and Unitarianism, and animism with pantheistic aspects. We all agreed in rejecting resurrection or life after death. Interesting. Do you have any, for any of those, do you know about their creation story? So if you don't know anyone in a cult, that's okay. Let's see. I hate the phrase, love the sinner and hate the sin. My loving a woman is not a sin, and thus I am not a sinner. This is gaslighting, Heather, and it's not okay. I got you. What do you guys feel about that? The phrase, love the sinner, hate the sin. I used to say it back when I was a Christian. I don't know, that might be a good video topic. But I used to say it back when I was a Christian. And I thought that was the right answer, you know, because we're supposed to love you, you know. It's just not what you do, you know, and we were told that's similar to how people are in their family anyway, right? If you have a parent who's an alcoholic, or if one of your siblings has a gambling addiction, you know, you still love the person, you just hate what they're doing or that they're hurting themselves. And I guess for me that would be the difference, that once I realized I have to express to the person that this is a sin. And in Nikki's case here, Nikki is saying that, you know, love, just because she's a woman loving another woman, that doesn't make it a sin. And so to say, basically, it's like saying, you know, I love you as a person, but I don't condone the thing you're doing. And I think when we talk about something like a gambling addiction or alcoholism, that makes sense, right? We see the person is hurting themselves. We see the person is hurting those around them. But if you have a family member who is getting married to somebody and you're like, I don't even want to attend your wedding. I know you believe this is a beautiful and happy day, but I believe this is a day of the devil, and I think that you're going to rot in hell, but I love you. You know, of course they're not really saying that literally, but that's really the implication, yeah. Shane says it's a way of softening and even hiding bigotry in kind-sounding words. I would say so. But in some cases, I don't think it's... I feel like when we say it that way, it implies that they're doing this consciously. Whereas, from their perspective, this is the right thing. This is supporting people even though they are hurting themselves by sinning. They don't see it as bigotry. It's not like somebody says, I personally hate gay people, and therefore I'm going to be in one of these religions that targets gay people so I can hate gay people. And I'm not saying you're saying that. I'm just saying when we phrase it that way, it kind of implies that they're doing this out of hate. But having been in that position, you believe it's out of love. It's not out of love, but you think it is. You think this is the best way. And you also think this is like your out to actually spend time with those people. And of course, this depends on the type of Christian, but I always felt like Christianity really limited my ability to interact with a lot of people, especially because of how strict we were about it. And so it was this idea that I could allow myself to spend time with people even though they're sinners, because we're supposed to love one another. It was like my way around it. You know what I mean? So I really think it depends on the Christian. Yeah. Yeah. The Norse do have a myth, right? I just think that Jesper's saying that they don't know what it is offhand. Meaningless, since there's nothing to sin against in your opinion. Yeah, and I always ask them to define what is sin, And when they always talk, it always comes to a thing where it's, well, a sin is something that's bad. Not all of them, but sometimes it will happen. A sin is something that's against God. If that is the response, then I say, well, then I have to be shown evidence of a God first. Because if you're going to say he's the one saying don't do XYZ because I don't like it, and I'm going to punish you for doing XYZ, I need to first know that guy even exists, right, before we go. But usually the typical answer is a sin is something that hurts you. That's why God doesn't want us to do it. To which I ask about wearing jewelry. Is this something that hurts me? Well, maybe this isn't the best example because I did have to stretch my ears open, which, I guess was a little painful. But that's, wearing jewelry, wearing, having different facial hair, or no facial hair. Those are things that are sins, See you later, Shane. Hope you can come back. Hope we're still here. Let's see. Creation stories centered around destruction of primordial God, and then Hubal building the world around us, and from that, it also makes making the other gods, copulating with them too. Oh, very Zeus. I don't believe in the concept of sin, and I don't think that most Christians actually love the sinner. I would agree with that. When they would always give us the example of, you love a family member but wouldn't want to encourage their alcoholism, for example. That's a family member who loves every person. And I try to be altruistic. For example, yesterday we went out, just a group of us went to dinner, and as we were walking, we had to walk past this elderly guy who was walking with two canes, just kind of, I don't know, he needed a wheelchair for sure. And then as we walked past him, maybe 2 seconds later, I heard this clank, a clack of what I knew from experience was cane hitting the ground. So this clack sound. So I dropped what I was carrying stuff, and I just dropped it, turned around, ran over, and went to pick him up. And, is he okay? He said yes, and his wife said yes. Okay, and then that was it. That I guess you would consider love for your fellow person, right? But I wouldn't say I love him. I wouldn't donate a kidney to that guy. You know what I mean? If it's between me and him, the trolley question or whatever, if I could press a button and he dies, or I don't press the button and I die, yeah, I'm pressing that button. Like, I'm not going to pause about it like I would for somebody that I love, So I don't like that they use that phrase, because I don't think they love anybody like that. I just don't think there is that capacity. I mean, really, really imagine loving every person. Just imagine that. Just how emotionally taxing that would be. I don't think it's possible. It would be a lot better if Christians practiced the phrase, right, if they actually did show that love, exactly. I go hard against sin. It's a nonsensical concept, since unless a God can be shown to exist, why should anyone care about sin? Why should anyone care about the dark side of the force? Exactly. My college psychology class is one of the most interesting and valuable. Have to leave for dinner. Thanks for the stream. See you later, Devin. Have a good dinner. I often think about how a lot of people are unable to see themselves as the bad guy or evil. Oh, for sure. Yeah, even in that description. I will say, after I left my religion, the people that I was really crappy to because they were queer, I messaged them, just, hey, by the way, I know we haven't talked for a while, but I just want you to know that the stuff that I said to you back when when we were teenagers and I was really Christian, like, I feel really sorry about that, and I'm very sorry, and I hope that my stupidity didn't hurt you, because you didn't deserve it, I felt really guilty after that, because I thought I was being the good guy, and I wasn't. I just wasn't. Moral judgment is a child of our need of justice. We always bet for what's fair, for justice, so I usually need to convince ourselves that we're on the right side. Right. I try to explain it to the students, because, we also, just kind of what Devin was mentioning with psychology, I teach psychology, and, we try to explain this idea that you're always going to think you're in the right, because if you were in the wrong, you would change your opinion, right? If B was the obvious best choice, then I wouldn't have chosen A. And by telling myself and admitting that A was the stupid choice, then we feel as if we're saying, I'm stupid for making that choice. I think we have to be willing to talk negatively about ourselves. I was just talking to a student yesterday about that, and the student had mentioned it's not unusual for teachers and students to communicate in Korea, and I have because the students will find your stuff. A student, found my YouTube channel after all. So I have a sort of a decoy Instagram set up for students, and one of the students had posted something, just some pictures, and then in the chat or the description they said, I hope I can learn to love myself. And I said, I hope you can learn to love yourself too, something like that. And she replied with, I want to love myself like you love yourself. And I was like, oh, honey, I don't love myself. And in that way, it's almost a superpower, because by not loving myself, I don't take myself seriously. I've stopped making it something negative that, I don't love myself, so I have to hate myself. I've already done that, and that didn't help me improve. I'm reminded of when we had this school orientation, and it was, one of those icebreaker things, and there was this, just these silly challenges, right? So we all had been split into teams, and then a teacher was assigned to each team, and then they were playing some music and making everybody cheer for one person dancing from each team. And so eventually they said, oh, let's get the teachers up here. Now for me, as an audience member, I really hate when people kind of look awkwardly at each other and they're like, kind of awkwardly dancing because we all hate it. We all know it's awkward. So just have fun. We're all gonna look stupid. We're just looking stupid anyway. So just have fun with it. We're already looking dumb. We already hate it. Make it slightly less painful, but just having fun, right? So I was up there and the music starts and I'm just like going crazy, with my dancing, and the students were like, going crazy too. And so one of the new teachers had approached me and said, you must have like, wow, I wish I had your self-esteem. I said, oh no, I don't have any self-esteem. I hate myself. Like, that's why I can do this, because I don't take myself seriously. If somebody tells me something negative, I've heard worse from my own brain. I've heard worse from my own mother. Like, there's nothing anybody can do to hurt me. So that frees me in a way. And so that's kind of the thing I passed to that student, because you can tell somebody, like I did, I hope you do learn to love yourself, but if you don't, it's not the end of the world. You can still make it work for you, Let's see. In that period, there were temples, sacred prostitutions, and temple priestesses who spoke on behalf of said forces of nature. Deities also gave oracles and to people that consulted them. I've heard of the sacred prostitutes. What was that about? Because I've heard about that actually in church, that it was about the idea of man should not lie with a man as one lies with a woman. It's an abomination. Oh, that wasn't really against gay people. That was against these temple priests who would dress up as women and then other men would have sex with them. And that was part of some pagan ritual, right? That's what we were told. Which was okay. Interesting, I guess. Jack Chick seems to draw a lot of it too. Dee Dee Kaiser says 2 canes show up. I know, that poor guy, he really needed a wheelchair. They weren't even proper canes. These were like walking sticks from some outdoors store, you know what I mean? Like where you would take a walking stick for hiking. So they were this style, not the flat style, because the flat style, I don't know how many people have needed a cane, but I've needed a cane. And the flat style, the horizontal style, you can lean on it, which is really helpful. The vertical style you can't lean on, and that's less helpful. So this poor guy. Yes, I think there's a false dilemma. Not loving yourself doesn't mean you hate yourself, right? And I think the hating yourself doesn't necessarily have to be negative. If you hate yourself and that you don't take yourself so seriously, I think that's better. Yeah. Isn't it amazing that kids think adults have it all together? If they only knew how messed up most of us are. Yeah. One example I give, because we have to talk about a lot of very depressing stuff in social studies. So one thing I mention is, don't think that adults have like all, everything together. We don't have all the answers. And I tell them, think about like the average YouTube comment section. Think about how terrible some of the things people say, or how just blatantly uneducated some of the things people say are, how cruel, how go kill yourself, these kinds of horrible things people say. Now remember that some of them are parents. And, the students, they'll be nodding along, and then when I say that part, they just kind of look at me. I'm like, some of these fools have children, y'all. Come on, come on. If I could go back and meet my little kid self, I'd kick my butt for wanting to grow up so fast. I don't know. For me, I never wanted to be a little kid, because being a little kid just sucked, I think, in a lot of ways. I'm happier as an adult, I would say. The ones that look kind of like ski poles. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right, Will. Lot was one such deity. Lot. Oh my gosh. That sounds so familiar to me. I don't know why. I don't know why it sounds so familiar. Let's see. So Nikki also added about being a married woman and becoming Mrs. Insert man's full name here reflects a loss of identity, autonomy, and self-ownership. No, I agree. I have to explain to my students why we're going to Ms. in English instead of Miss versus Mrs. And then just asking them, to whom is it important to know whether I am married? It's not important to me. It wouldn't be important to my husband. Who is it important to? A man who might be interested in that sort of relationship with me. So it's a signal to other men that this woman has been snapped up, and that's why we're getting away from it. Oh, this is good. Okay, Chaz. I add a heart. Number 100. When people ask me, do you believe in God? I respond with, I don't know. What do you believe God is? Oh, interesting. I'm sure we're going to get God is love, right? Oh, yeah, I believe in love. Hi, Ogre. Orga. I'm just going to call you Ogre, I'm sorry. Or Red Robot, whichever one. I should say it as I and myself. I've come to accept that I do not love me, but I don't hate me. It's just like I am here and I don't care. But it's true that about not taking oneself too serious. Yeah. It's not Shrek. It's Shirk. The R and the E are different. Yeah. I think taking myself seriously, that becomes a problem. Yeah. Especially as a teacher. Having to deal with so many people, it just becomes a problem. Yeah. Yeah. As I mean, of course you work with different people, and some of them do take themselves very seriously. And I'm just like, it's not that serious, It's just not. I get frustrated about stuff that hurts the students, I don't get frustrated about stuff that hurts my ego, because I don't know how much of an ego I can even say I have. I'm sure I have somewhat of an ego, I have pride. I take pride in the stuff that I do, but yeah. I'll be honest, it looks like I didn't put on a lot of makeup or any. I was going for that no makeup look, but I still put some on. But I didn't feel obligated to do a full face of makeup. I don't know. Which to you guys, it might not seem like a big deal, but the type of judgment, y'all, oh my goodness, the type of judgment you get for not wearing makeup sometimes. But I like to make my makeup very flashy, usually. Yeah, I'd have fun with that. Our tribe were devotees to Manat, which had the largest temples. They often used libations and incantations in their rituals, more male priests than priestesses. Now, were the male priests ever dressed as women? Because that's what I was told. Were they ever dressed as women? Will asks us, how old were you when you realized adults were just older people? So I grew up in a Confucian-influenced society, and adults were always supposed to have a level of reverence for us. I think, I have one of those, you have those pieces of really strong memories that are kind of defining. One of them was when my mom told me to come meet my auntie. Now, I know my aunties. I have many, 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 many aunties because my grandparents were Catholic, so many aunties. I know who they are. And I saw this really old lady, and I'm like, who is this? So I asked her, I'm like, I don't remember this lady. And she says, this is Auntie Rosie. And I'm like, why is she so old? She looks old enough to be your auntie, Mom. And my mom said, yeah, she's my auntie. And I said, oh, so she's my great aunt, not my auntie. She's my great auntie. And my mom hit me for that. She hit me or pinched me, something like that, that I defied her. And I think that was one of those points when it was just like, yeah, adults, what the hell? But as for just regular people, and that when I became an adult and I felt like maybe I'm not adulting correctly, and then I realized that nobody's adulting correctly, gosh, maybe 24, 25, when I went back to school on the GI Bill. Yeah. because I think I had a different perspective. I was living temporarily in a shared house with younger college students. They were about 20, 21, and again, I was 24, 25, which I thought was not a huge difference, you know. But when I was their age, I was in the military, and of course you wonder, you know, well, now that I've made this choice, it's kind of like in a video game, right? Now that I've chosen to be barbarian class, I will never know what it's like to start off the game as, you know, a ranger class, right? Assuming you don't get to do the game again, okay? Or in, you know, in Pokemon, sometimes you have to choose, and you have to hope that you're really sure that this is the event path or the quest path that I want to go down. I hope I get the rewards that I like, you know, so you kind of, you know, you have to check for that. So basically, if you do A, you cannot do B. So I did A, which is the military, so I couldn't be that age in college. And people talk about how it's, you know, some of the best years of your life, these are really great experiences, etc. And so when I was out of the military and disabled, worrying about stuff like, you know, how early do I have to leave tomorrow because it's going to take me longer to get to work or to school, I mean, trying to plan out, you know, what if it snows tomorrow and it gets really icy? How am I going to walk? Should I just walk on the grass with my cane? You know, just things like that. These are the things I was worried about. But my housemates were worried about stuff like, oh, did you know that so-and-so's, she broke up with her boyfriend, but then that's where she is tonight. She's with him again. Okay. And it was just a lot of that. It was just a lot of bickering. They all had money, and this place was not expensive. This is why I was there. I was homeless prior to this. It was very, very affordable. But their parents still sent them rent checks, even though they made enough money. And it just, I don't know, it just seemed very disconnected with reality, right? But they were also adults, you know? Was I really that much better off than them? I think it was, yeah, when I was living in that house for like a summer. That's when I realized everyone's just kind of doing their thing, you know? Just kind of doing their thing. So, yeah. I don't know where everything comes from, but I think we come from the sun and the moon. In which way? That's an interesting answer. I believe that I'm perfect in my imperfection. I don't know about perfect for me. I would say average. I am as imperfect as everybody else. On camera, sometimes makeup is more important than in real life. I would agree. Yeah. But in real life, in Korea, it was a big thing. I think these days not as much, but when I would show up to work, when I first came to Korea some 11 years ago, and I wasn't wearing makeup, everybody was asking, are you sick today? You look really bad. And I'm like, no, I'm just not wearing makeup. Oh, okay. And then they would go away. It wasn't just the coworkers. It was even, hey, yeah. She's making too much noise, I'm sorry. Cocos. Knock it off. The children did it too, like second graders. We're talking 8-year-old kids. Oh, teacher's sick? No, teacher not sick. But then I realized if I said, yes, teacher's sick, they would be quiet. So eventually, it just, yeah, teacher's, teacher's very sick. Okay, please be quiet. Okay, teacher, okay. Oops. But yeah, that's how that was. I think today's look for Lee is more like the friendly mortician. How would you like your death today? Yes. Well, like I said, this is my Elizabeth Holmes. I don't know. She didn't wear a lot of makeup, right? Poops. Yeah. Oh, I guess she did have a nice thick eyeliner. I missed out. There we go. Yeah. Got quite the stare though, right? Here, let me pull this up a bit more. Okay. Is that what we want? Oh, I'm missing the blazer. No, the blazer is good. I like the blazer. Yeah. I'm good. I'm ordering more ties. I like doing the tie thing. So I'm ordering more ties. I found some with skulls on it, so very, very on brand for me. The male priests did not dress up as women, but often as forces of nature. Okay, I got you. Just give me a second with these stupid kitties. I guess they're done. Now that I went over there, they're done. It's just a paper bag, you know what I mean? It's just a paper bag. Oh, Summer. Okay, so yes, you weren't here when I did that, so we'll do it. We'll do it again. So, this is Theranos, my company. And so what we want to achieve here in Silicon Valley is, you know, some people are very worried about having their finger pricked and a lot of blood taken because people are worried about vampires. So because of that, you know, my parents were very, very intelligent people, and they taught me how to avoid vampires. And by doing just a tiny pinprick, we are able to check your blood without having to worry about any type of vampire hijacking. So hopefully that will work if you guys invest in my company. This is good. You like it? I mean, I don't know if you've heard her talk, but she says just these really not answering the question kind of answers. Let's see. Going back from self-esteem to God's related stuff, I once read that taking oneself too much seriously is the first step to fanaticism. It could be. I think this idea that I've chosen the correct religion and I've interpreted it the best and most correct. That you must follow what I say. If not, you're going to hell. Why aren't you listening to me? Yeah, I would say the two are very connected to each other. Is that because of the culture? Because you have lighter skin than most Koreans, so it's more noticeable? A lot of Koreans have, yeah, my skin tone, I would say. And the reason I know this is because there are basically 2 foundations available at Korean companies for makeup. If you're lucky, 3. And I fit right in the middle. So there's the super light one that they usually call vanilla beige. I'm neutral beige-ish. And then there's sand beige or tan beige. So it's just me if I'm in the sun, basically. And I like Korean makeup because I have a yellow undertone to my skin, and so does that makeup, which is good. But no, yeah, I wouldn't say that I'm any paler than Koreans. It might be because these are more noticeable. Maybe that's why. So these are a little different. In Korea, they've got these under eye like puffs, and you can actually get plastic surgery to inject. What do we want to say? Yeah. So you can see here, there's even makeup trying to enhance this. Just like other parts of your face where as a child, you know, there's more collagen and fat in some parts of your face, and then as you get older, you lose that. This is associated more with youth. And so having this puff, this pouch under your eye, it's more associated with youthfulness. So for me, oh, here's a really good example. That difference. Notice how that puff is really highlighted. And again, you can actually get plastic surgery for it. Yeah. So I guess this is called smiling eyes, I guess. For Westerners, this would be an example of the surgery. Yeah, let me see if I can find a better example. Boy, I really didn't make that very She already had some really good egg yolks out before that. Yeah, this is a good example. So you can see they did inject fat right here. Probably enhanced it with makeup too, but there's a lot of changes that her face has undergone. I don't know. I think she had a nice nose and stuff before. It looks like they adjusted it a little bit. Yeah, you know, it's not super noticeable. I mean, I would say a lot of her features have stayed the same, but I do wonder if somebody saw her before and after, maybe a person who hasn't seen her since high school, you know what I mean? And then runs into her at a coffee shop and she says, "Oh my God, so-and-so," and they totally don't recognize her. I think it would be enough of a change, yeah. She's not recognizable. But anyway, you can see that puff. I don't have this. So just genetically, I have deeper set eyes here as well, and which is fine. You know, it definitely works with my, I guess the word now is aesthetic. I'm still getting used to using that as a style term or a fashion sense term. Because, you know, it matches the skull very well, right? So it's easier to find the occipital, like, what is it called? The zygomatic bone. Just you can see it so much easier and feel it so much easier. So when I have to do some types of makeup, either, you know, for Halloween, obviously, you can make a very easy skull, so you can just draw it right on there. But also for some other maybe more gothic looks, it's easier to highlight the parts of the hollows of my face. So without makeup, yeah, you can see, I guess it looks like I just didn't get much sleep, and it's pretty okay today. Usually it's more purple and blue. And so I think that might be part of why they tend to think I don't have, that I'm sick, you know, that might be why. I am still on. Hello, Minnow. Fanaticism is what you want. Hopefully not. Hopefully not. The look she has is someone who shoved a carcass in a crawl space and could not understand how you caught her yet, right? I saw a bit with a comedian where he talked about the Nazis weren't born evil, but they just listened to a lot of propaganda. That doesn't sound like a comedic bit. That sounds like the truth. I don't think the Nazis in World War II Germany saw themselves as evil. I agree. I don't think they did. I think in some cases, even when you were the one pulling the trigger, literally pulling the trigger on this final solution, I think it was more the idea that somebody has to, and I'm somebody, you know. It's like it's like a surgeon or an EMT, you know, an emergency medical technician, for example. These are people, like, nobody likes to see a human body in its worst medical state after you get hit by a vehicle. You know what I mean? To have your body splayed open and blood everywhere. Nobody wants to see that. But it's one of those things where somebody has to, because somebody has to help that person. Somebody needs to work with a person like that so they don't die. So I think it's one of those things where you can say, well, I can endure this type of tragedy, and it's for the greater good, so I will endure this type of tragedy for the greater good. And I think that's what a lot of the Nazis probably felt. I don't think they necessarily hated, and I definitely don't think they thought themselves as evil. They just thought they were ridding the world of evil. They were making the world better for Germany. And, well, somebody's got to get rid of these cockroaches, you know. I guess it's going to be me. I can stomach it. I'll take care of it. You know, I think that's where some of those guards rationalized it, I believe. Hurricane Cat's on the prowl. They obviously recognize you don't normally stream at this time, right? You little poops. Poop magoops. Let's see. An executioner. Yeah, an executioner would be another example for sure. That, you know, we have deemed as a society that this person's punishment should be death. So somebody's got to exact it. You know, I agree that this person is a bad person. Maybe they, you know, killed 3 people or something in cold blood, right? I agree this person's bad. And they may agree that this person doesn't deserve to live. They took the life of 3 other people. They don't deserve to live themselves. So you may agree with that, but a lot of people would still hesitate to bring down the axe and sever that person's head from their body. That's just a traumatizing thing, even if you believe that person deserves death, right? So if you're the person who can deliver the axe, it doesn't make it any easier, right? You're still traumatized, but there's just some people who are able to kind of separate, what's happening. And I had to go deal with something. Actually, yeah, it was this month. There was a car crash. It was a tiny car, got hit by a really big, like, semi-truck, a work truck. And you guys know I don't run, but I was running as fast as I could. And I saw the reason that I didn't hear a crash. I only knew there was a crash because there was a long screech of tires, and then it stopped. And then a bunch of cars started honking. So I knew that something had stopped traffic. So it must be an accident. And for that reason, I booked it. It was a couple blocks away from the school, and I just had to see. I couldn't, I have some emergency medical training, and I just couldn't handle if somebody had just died, because I had the bystander effect and just thought somebody else will handle it. So I showed up and I saw this tiny car wrapped around the far side of the front, and in my mind I'm mentally preparing for this, because you guys have been on the internet, that maybe you've seen some of these images. This is a disgusting way to go. It's very gross, and I'm mentally trying to prepare for all of this and trying to remember, okay, what steps do I know, like how to perform CPR on a person who doesn't have a jaw anymore. Do I have anything that I could use as a tourniquet? I don't have a belt. By the way, we're always told to use a belt for a tourniquet. A bra, ladies, a bra. Because a lot of times we don't wear a belt, but a bra, perfect tourniquet. That thing already pinches my sides anyway. So a bra. Yeah, so, I'm running through all of this stuff, and thankfully she was fine. She was just traumatized. Like, she was in shock, but she was physically okay. So I asked her, she said she's okay. She couldn't speak a sentence. She was shaking so much, and I just held her really tightly, and she just kind of melted at me, because she was just so scared, of course, but I went because I know if I see this, I can set that holy crap kind of response aside and do what has to be done, whether it's picking up somebody's intestines and putting them into a bag, because that's what you do. You put them into a plastic bag. Picking up someone's intestines and putting them into a bag to keep them safe, or, seeing somebody spraying blood everywhere and, whipping off my bra to tourniquet it, and then how to, do that, and then being freaked out later. Do you know what I mean? Some people can just do that. And yeah, I think that's part of why, I think just with that mentality, but in a propaganda state, you end up executing prisoners, so, yeah. I read the book Hitler's Willing Executioners, and it was well written and forcefully presented, haunting reading. Let me see if I can find that on, what's it called? On Audible. So I still have Audible. Hitler's, what is it? Willing Executioners. Yeah, I don't doubt that there was, dudes that were like, hell yeah. Hitler's Willing Executioners. The Devil That Never Dies? No. But I wonder what that's about, since I recommended it. Interesting. There's one about Hitler's Monsters. I don't know if that's similar, but I'll check it later for sure. realizing I was doing wrong things was the hardest thing I've done. I guess it's too hard for the ones doing evil to do. Yeah. Because I think once you recognize the wrong, then you're saddled with the guilt, and what do you do with that? You know, I think that I would say is even harder than recognizing there was something wrong that was done. I think it would be even harder to now say, so what do I do to make it right? Is it possible to make right? Is it, I think being left with the idea that you cannot undo the deaths that you've dealt, you know, I think that's probably the worst part of it. I think for some people it would be difficult to manage mentally, maybe leading to something like drugs, alcohol, or suicide. And I think, you know, again, it's one of those, if you choose A, you can't choose B kind of things. If I choose to recognize that I've done this, like, you know, killing prisoners, for example, if I choose to recognize I've done this, the idea of me ever having a blissfully ignorant life is no longer an option. But if I want to have that blissfully ignorant life, then the idea of me ever recognizing that I am guilty of horrible, horrible atrocities, that never becomes an option. I think that's what makes it difficult, is that this is a permanent decision that you're making. This is not, okay, let's confront it, figure out what happened, and move on with my life. This becomes your life, I think. Yeah. And that's a frightening idea, you know. I don't think most people can empathize with this idea that one realization of wrongdoing will never, ever, ever leave you, and it defines the rest of your life. I don't think many of us can understand what that means, you know. Yeah. I think that's what makes it maybe so hard. You know, what's the step by step for that? What's the procedure to get through it? You know, is there one? I think once you realize you did terrible things, that's it. The only thing you could ever do now is spend the rest of your life making up for it. And we talk about that with one of India's early leaders, Ashoka the Great, just how horrifying he was. He was just a bloodthirsty monster, and eventually he just at some point realized he was a bloodthirsty monster after he had slaughtered just so many people, over 100,000. It was like 175,000, something like that. So let me move this over. So this idea, yeah, I think that's all he did with the rest of his life. He was a great leader because of that. And I tell the students, you know, this is a guy who carried guilt for the rest of his life. He suffered with this guilt for the rest of his life. And that's why he kept doing better and better things. Like he promoted gender equality, he reduced deforestation, created hospitals for people and animals, he banned slavery. I mean, he just kept doing more and better things because of how traumatized he was and how guilty he felt. And I said, that's the kind of thing that drives somebody to be benevolent. Therefore, can you guys understand now why we don't have a lot of benevolent leaders? And then the students were like, oh. You know, it wasn't that Ashoka was taught to be nice. It wasn't that he was naturally nice. It was he was repenting for the rest of his life for how horrible he was. So not only do you have to be very horrible, but you also have to recognize how horrible you are. And then you have to decide the only way to possibly make up for it is to try to make up for it, as opposed to, you know, suicide, drowning yourself in alcohol, or just pretending it never happened and just moving on as if nothing changed. That produces good leaders. It's a frightening thing to think about, isn't it? That's what it takes to produce a benevolent leader, or just naturally finding somebody who is benevolent. Now, does it make sense why we have so many malevolent leaders? It's a lot easier to find someone who's low-level selfish than it is to find somebody willing to learn from and repent from a mistake, or who's just naturally just benevolent, I guess. Yeah. Let's see. I feel bad for doctors and nurses that train for their profession to save lives and help people but have to be involved in euthanasia. I think that, I don't know, I think it would depend on the doctor. I think. Because at some point, you realize that there's very, very little that can be done to save a patient's life. There's some people that come in and they are terminal. And based on your education and experience, that this is a slow, painful decline. I would say that would be hard to watch. The best you could do is drug them up so they don't feel anything, they're not aware of anything, and what kind of life is that? They're just alive, but they're not interacting with people anymore. Their brain function goes away. So I feel like some doctors understand that euthanasia is the lesser of two evils. If you really care about the patient and want to do right by them, that this is the thing. Once you recognize there's nothing more I can do to save this patient, so I can at least save this patient further heartache, further physical pain, and let them die on their own terms. I don't think it's a nice choice. I don't think it's a great choice. I just think it's a better choice. Yeah. Because I would hate to have my patient have to keep checking on my patient every day, 2 or 3 times a day, and just slowly watch them lose their ability to articulate themselves, that they were an independent individual. Maybe I was their doctor for a while, and now they need someone to wipe their butt. They can't eat. They're being fed like a baby, and they got to keep getting their mouth cleaned up as they're eating. I think that would be really difficult to deal with as a caretaker, like a doctor or nurse, or a hospice worker. Yeah. Like if you work in a prison and apply to be an executioner, then that is one thing. With doctors getting rafted into, it's quite different. I feel like a doctor should be allowed to say no. I feel like if you work at a hospital, you would apply to be a euthanasia provider, as opposed to every doctor has to do it. I would say, is that not how it is? I thought that's how it worked. That you were the doctor, that you agreed to become certified as a euthanasia provider. Is that not how it works? Does every doctor have to do it? Like everyone has to get that? I know there's also doctors who don't do it, but there's special people who are qualified, and they don't allow it in the hospital. So like you go home, and that person comes to your home, and they're licensed and qualified to provide the materials, and then you yourself have to set it in motion, like a button you have to press or something. But they set everything up, and then you're the one that pulls the trigger, so to speak. Yeah, I've heard of that, but I think it depends on the state and the country. Hastening death by hours at the end of life for a young, healthy individual with mental health problems. I was a nurse. Feelings galore here. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I think there's a lot of burnout for that, and you're so busy, you don't really have a lot of time to see a mental health professional yourself. I am in sales. Sometimes people won't sign up with my company because on some level, switching to us is like acknowledging that they were wrong to pick their current provider in the first place. Yeah. I mean, there's nothing wrong with learning, you can choose your current provider and realize, you learn later that, maybe they're not providing the service that I thought. That's not my fault, If I knew what I know now, I wouldn't have chosen them, you know. I don't like killing people. It never leaves you. Yeah, I think that is I think that's something that I've never experienced firsthand, thankfully. But my instructors for Marine combat training, this is after boot camp, like after the basic training, we have to get additional training to function as basic infantry. There's like a totally separate infantry school, but this is 3 weeks of training. So basically, if I get stuck somewhere and I can't perform as a combat engineer because now I'm stuck with a bunch of infantry, at least I'm not going to slow them down. You know, at least I can function like in certain formations, and I know what certain things mean, and I know how to dig a fighting hole and all of that. We don't call them foxholes, we call them fighting holes. Maybe the Army calls them foxholes. But yeah, I so you know how to do all that, you know. So land navigation, things like that. So you learn to do all this stuff. And out of the 4 instructors I had, 3 of them were snipers, which they mentioned was so rare. You know, they said it's so rare to ever run into another sniper, and yet here's 3, and all of us are instructors. All of them had something wrong with them. All of them. And they were all different. All differently had something wrong with them. The most functional was, I don't want to use their names. I'll just call him Sergeant Skull. So Sergeant Skull was the most functional. I just said Skull because I've got a skull ring here. He was the most functional, but he was, somebody had asked him, like an idiot, somebody asked him, what's it like to kill somebody? Never ask this question, ever. Ever. Unless somebody says you can ask me absolutely anything you want, even stuff that you think might be in bad form, then maybe. But he asked this question like an idiot. And all of us just looked at the guy, and then of course we looked at Sergeant Skull. And Sergeant Skull said, well, and he was just gone. He was just gone. And we were waiting for our turn on the rifle range. So nearby, I don't know, some 200 meters or something away, there were just Marines practicing firing. And so they all had to fire at the same time. And so as he's gone for like 20, 30 seconds, suddenly a bunch of rifles fire at the same time. And he jumped. He had jumped so high in the air. And he looked back at the Marine. He said, I'm sorry, I totally forgot where we were. What was your question? And the guy said, oh, I asked if, totally not understanding that he just caused the sergeant to relive this trauma. So everybody near him, we all jumped on him and covered his mouth. And we're like, he's stupid. He asked a stupid question. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, Sergeant Skull. This guy's just an idiot. And Sergeant Skull was like, okay. Okay. He totally didn't remember what had just happened. Completely oblivious to the fact that he had just disappeared from our plane of existence for half a minute. Yeah, and he was the most functional out of everybody. There was Sergeant Penn. I'm just looking at stuff on my desk. Sergeant Penn would rock a little bit, and he would do this stuff with his hand, and he was a funny guy, but he would just say stuff, the same stuff over and over again, that it was like a tick. He just couldn't control it. God damn it was one, and gotta get up with the get down was the other thing. So he couldn't call cadence. Cadence is when you're saying left, 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 right, left. And some people get really into it. They're like really good cadence callers, and they're righty, left, right, righty, low, righty, left. Like they get really into it. He couldn't do anything because he would say, all right, left, 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 god damn it, left, left, gotta get up with the get down, god damn it. And he would just say this, just out of nowhere. Constantly. You just knew he was showing up. You could hear him. I don't know, he looked like, he kind of looked like Billy Bob Thornton and Burt Reynolds, like if they had a son. He just was an interesting looking guy. And he was funny as hell, except he just had these, he could say full sentences and stuff, you know. It's like, oh, so what are we going to do today, Sergeant Penn? Well, you know, we got to go line up and, you know, as we usually do, god damn it. And then today we're going to go do this thing, XYZ, da-da-da, and then after that, gotta get up with the get down, god damn it. And he just would say that. And then finally with Sergeant Phone. Sergeant Phone had half his face was scarred, which nobody asked him about. And he was, I would say, the most unstable emotionally. He was a very sweet guy. Overly sweet. Like Ashoka the Great. Like trying to make up for the fact that he's done bad things. Sweet. And then suddenly he would just snap. And he would lose his mind. And he would start screaming. And then he would leave. And then he'd come back almost near tears, apologizing for the fact that he screamed at us. So one of the things he lost his mind about was we had these rocket launchers called the AT-4. One of the things you got to do is check left, check right, back blast area all secure, and then you fire it. You have to check left and right and your back blast area because this thing shoots out fire out the back of it. It's a rocket launcher. So one guy didn't check left, check right, and he was going to fire, and Sergeant Phone runs over to him, and he's just screaming at him, and he says, do you see these effing scars on my face? That's how the F I got these effing scars on my face. Is somebody didn't check their effing backblast area. He just was screaming. Like, if you could think of words causing physical pain as if somebody was being punched in the face, that's how intense his screaming was. Like it looked like an act of violence. This was not just a guy yelling and raising his voice so we pay attention. This was a guy verbally beating somebody. And then he storms off. And so Sergeant Skull or Sergeant Penn shows up. And they're like, all right, well, look, just make sure to check your backblast area, you know, you idiots, you know, whatever. And so we just did our stuff, and then we're waiting for something, all the gears put up, and we're just waiting, because there's a lot of waiting in the military. There's a phrase, hurry up and wait, so we waited. And here comes Sergeant Phone. Like I said, he had like tears in his eyes, apologizing to us that he had just screamed so loud and that we had to witness his violent screaming. And just please make sure to check your backblast area, please. These guys were messed up. They were just so messed up. The most any of them ever said, I think it was Sergeant Phone, he said, because one guy said, oh, I want to do I want to be a sniper too. And he was just like, no, you don't. No. And again, it was one of those, like, you could hear it in his voice, you know. And he said, I don't remember how many guys he had taken out. He said, but I see them all the time. Every time I close my eyes, I see everybody's face. Because that's what you do. You're not shooting somebody. You're not dropping a bomb on somebody. You're not throwing a grenade and turning around. You have to get their face in your scope. And you have to see them up close. And you know this is someone's son. This is someone's brother. This is someone's father. Just like I'm somebody's son, somebody's father, somebody's brother. And then you just remove them from existence. He was so... These poor guys, man. And it really made me question how necessary this job was. Because you could just drop a bomb from far away and get similar effects, right? You could still kill somebody from afar. You could do a drone strike or whatever from afar. Obviously, we should also take a step back and ask, do we even need to do that? Do we even need to do this at all? But I mean, if we've decided that it is something necessary, do we really need to traumatize more and more people? These guys are so messed up. I found pictures of them recently. All three of them. I just hope they're okay. I really hope they're okay. These guys are so messed up. And they were sweet guys. Funny guys. I don't want to sit here staring off to the side too long. Just in silence, but really makes you, I don't know. That's why I get mad when we see all these veterans saying that they support war and stuff. I don't think any veteran really supports war. I think if you were... Some people go in and they never see any action and they never make that connection too. Because I didn't see any action. I'm not going to lie to you guys. But they never make this connection. They almost make it into their identity as a civilian, because being a Marine was the coolest thing they've ever done, you know, and after that they're just not doing anything cool that they feel is cool. So they talk, you know, they wear a lot of like Marine Corps shirts and they talk about, you know, pro-war this and whatever. And I think it's because I call him Al Bundy. I don't know how many of you people watched Married with Children, but one of the main characters was this dad, Al Bundy. And Al Bundy had a life he really hated. He barely finished high school, or didn't finish high school because he got somebody pregnant. He ended up marrying her, and so he had these kids and stuff. So he never went to college or anything. And one of the reasons that he got stuck marrying this woman was because she had tackled him in a way. He was this football player, and apparently he was going to go pro. He was a really great football player, and his knee got busted. And you find out later it's because she had busted his knee So he always talked about that. Even though he had been out of high school for 20 some odd years, he always talked about how he was the best thrower and all this stuff, best quarterback and everything, even though he hadn't been that for 20 years. And so we see these people who talk so highly about, oh, I can say this because I'm a Marine, blah, 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 and you better thank me for my service because I was a Marine, da-da-da-da. When really they're just, like, they couldn't even do one push-up. They're so out of shape, and they have a sedentary job, and they don't even try to exercise anymore. There's, like, nothing Marine about them anymore, you know? Those are the people that support war, I think. For those of us that have seen the after effects, kind of understand it, or that have been in the middle of seeing that crap, I don't think anybody supports war. You know. No. Anyway, that's enough depressing stuff. I'm not going to fix it by talking about it more. Let's see. Their ego prevents them from switching unless it can be reframed somehow to preserve their self-image of being correct. That's true. See you later, Jesper. Have a good one. If something so minor can affect people, then big things like ending people, it's understandable why people have trouble processing it. Oh, I absolutely agree. Even hastening a death sticks with you, but I want euthanasia assisted available. Worries about abuses or elderly disabled. Oh, absolutely, for sure. After what I watched my grandma go through over her last 2 to 3 years, it needs to be available, yeah. And like I said, I don't think this is a decision that's taken lightly, you know. I think it's a very serious decision. Yeah. Hi, Canal. Or Diego, I'll just call you Diego. Sorry you came in such a depressing note. The worst part of being an atheist to me is dealing with all the injustice there is in life and how people can be bad. What I try to do for that, Diego, is I want to produce some research. I think that because I'm studying psychology, and I want to produce some research for things that I think socially a lot of people don't fully understand, and so they write it off as something. Like, for example, transgenderism. I think when people understand that it's just a variation in the brain, it has nothing to do with deviancy or abnormality in social norms or whatever. It's just that, some people prefer certain types of music, and some people prefer certain types of fashion, and some people prefer, their body looking a certain way, even outside of the concept of transgenderism. I mean, I prefer my body looking a certain way too, you know what I mean? I think that kind of helps. And then being a teacher for social studies, I can't change everybody, but some of the students have expressed that it was worth taking my class. Maybe they don't remember the different types of plate tectonics, but they remember that people who use drugs don't do it because they're bad people. They do it because they're in a bad situation, and I'm glad that they're able to learn that. I guess that's the difference, is that when I was Christian, I would just pray that God fix it. But now, as an atheist, I can't rely on God to fix it. I got to try to do something, And like I said, I'm not reaching a bunch of people, but maybe they will. Maybe they'll be a social media influencer or something, Sounds like disassociation. I think for Sergeant Skull, yeah, absolutely. He was gone. I've never seen that ever in my life, ever before or after. That he was gone and he didn't remember why. Because I've seen people go. I've gone. When I'm thinking about my sister, for those of you that don't know, she died. I go. And then I have to bring myself back, and I know where I went. Sergeant Skull didn't know where he went. He didn't remember he went anywhere. Yeah, I've never seen that. That's severe. You know what I mean? Luck, none of the other sergeants heard that idiot. I'm not sure. Lucky none of the other sergeants heard that idiot. Oh, the guy that, yeah. Jeez. No, we were always passed off to one. So we had one instructor most of the time. So they that's why we had 4 instructors, because they rotated. Because somebody needed to be with us at all hours, like we're children, they had to monitor us all the time. So they were always rotating, yeah. Man, yeah, I can't, jeez. I think, just knowing them, I think that Sergeant Penn would have just started rocking harder, and I think that, I think that Sergeant Phone would have just broke down. That's what I think. I think he would have broke down, but started screaming while he did it, and then broke down further. Yeah, I'm really glad. Because like I said, Sergeant Skull was the most put together, I guess. He didn't really have any other quirks. He was kind of disconnected in some ways. That's probably the only thing that I would even notice, was he was just a little disconnected in some ways. What I mean by that is you would talk to him. Sometimes he wouldn't hear you. That's about it. So he would ask you a question, and you'd answer the question, and he was still making eye contact. He'd still look at you, but you were done talking, and he was just looking at you. Not intently, just, he'd have this kind of pleasant face on. and you'd finish talking, and he was still, just like on autopilot, kind of nodding with this face. And yeah, you'd be like, Sergeant Skull? And then he would come back. And he would ask you what you said, and he would say something like, I'm sorry, Marine. I'm sorry, I'm hard of hearing. Can you repeat that? Which didn't make sense, because if you're hard of hearing, okay, but you would notice somebody's mouth stop moving, But we never, you never think anything of it. There's a lot of weird stuff going on. You don't really notice that unless it keeps happening. That's probably that would probably be it. When he had to give instructions and stuff, he was very coherent. But anytime I guess he wasn't talking, he was susceptible to disappear mentally. Yeah, I guess that's the way to phrase it. Anytime he wasn't talking, he was just susceptible to disappear. But if disabled people are encouraged and being encouraged to game over to save the healthcare system money, no, that's not cool. No, and I don't think that one begets the other. I don't think that having euthanasia available implies or necessitates that we're going to encourage people to end game. You know what I mean? Yeah. No, I don't think so. I think in some cases that still happens though, even without euthanasia. Just because, it is recommended, like there's not much we can do. You should just take them home and let them be at home. We can send someone to administer medication or something, or to switch them over to hospice care, and that may not always be covered by certain types of health insurance. Yeah. So I think maybe in some cases that's already, or to pull the plug, they're not going to come out of this coma, just go ahead and pull the plug. That's, I think already, I don't think, I guess what I'm saying is I don't think euthanasia would create that. I think it already exists, and I don't think everyone encourages it, even though it is an option. Shouldn't be an option, but I mean, it's an option to encourage it, yeah. Let's see. Not like Canada doesn't have a history of ending undesirable people. Oh, I know. Yeah, exactly. That's what that's the kind of stuff I mean, Forced sterilization of Indigenous women happens regardless of euthanasia, I'm surprised they were still in, yet these poor guys, what else to do, where else to go after? Yeah, I don't know. Straight to therapy, I think the other thing too is if they want to take care of themselves and their family, you kind of got to finish out your contract, at least, so you can get benefits. You can't just quit. Yeah. My guess is having to be in charge of a bunch of Marines as instructors meant whatever else they may have been doing, like getting drunk and stuff, to deal with what had happened, that was not an option. So if they might have been used to day drinking, for example, you're in charge of a bunch of Marines, you can't do that. So perhaps maybe they were trying to cope with it in unhealthy ways, and that coping went away because now they were obligated to take care of us. So maybe they weren't as bad in day-to-day life. I don't know. See you later, Shane. Good to see you too, Contraband. Summer says, far too many people think being LGB is a choice. I would say the T as well. I have a thing I want to test, which that's like why I want to do the research, is because I feel like, well, I'm curious enough that I want to be able to do it, do the test. I think there's 2 different types of transgenderism, and I don't want to get too into it, but I just want to test if that's right. Yeah, unfortunately I have been that person. Everyone around me knew something. I just felt like I Lost my thought. Oh, interesting. Gotta make it through the backlog of leaving faith. I'm in that boat, so I'm intrigued. You know what? Needamos, I'm gonna say. Needmas. Let's talk about. Why don't you talk about that? That sounds like a much better topic than the downer, the downer patrol that we were. Why don't you take a moment to tell us where you're at, and the rest of us, since we've been doing this for I don't know 3 hours, no, 2.5 hours. All right, Nitty. I'll call you Nitty. I'm gonna take a pause because I gotta pee and make some more coffee real quick. And then anybody else who's got to step away and do the same, go for it. And then yeah, Nitty, you can tell us, what's going on in your mind, and we can all provide some feedback for it. Sounds good. That sounds good. So let's take a quick. It might have been Neil. I've been on Neil's show once. Maybe that was it. I'm glad you found the channel. I'm glad you found here. I added LGB because the T is not comprehensible to be disabled girl. Yeah, so I'm going to take a break. Nitty, go ahead and type as much as you like. The only thing you can't do is post a link. I think that's the only thing. And then any profanity, because all this has to be like minor friendly, any profanity is not. Uh-oh. What's going on? And where's my mouse? There it is. Where it paused? Okay. Huh. It says excellent connection. But not receiving enough video to maintain? What do you mean? This is better, right? Okay. Whatever. That's weird. Okay. Well. Anyway. So, let's take a sec. And looks like it's back. Okay, so Nitty, yeah, go ahead and type about it. And then, like I said, I'll just turn off the sound and the video so you don't see and hear me peeing. But this will still be active and live and stuff, so yeah, definitely go ahead. Okie dokes. Yeah, the machine is on my desk, so it makes a lot of noise. Didn't want to bug anybody. So we have a community church. Now this one, gosh, so Nitty is talking to us about Dwell Community Church. Now, Nitty, you can't post links, and when I tried to post something, when I tried to find your YouTube channel with what you gave us, I couldn't find it. So let me add a link to our Discord chat, and then you can put it in maybe news and media, videos, maybe news and media, or general, something like that. And you can share your channel with us. Yeah. No, you put the @ in there. Am I supposed to put the @? Is that what happened? Okay, let me see. I don't know about the new way they do this. Maybe I should just go to YouTube and just do that. Sometimes these are difficult to find. How about Nidamos Atheists? Okay, I'm sure. Wait, maybe that was you, the second one. Yes. This must be. Boom. There we go, guys. Alright, I'll just put the link. Underscore at Nidamos _ animated atheist. That's what it is. But now we have a direct link. Fabulous. Alright, but you can post it in Discord too. Feel free. See you later, Leonardo. No, I forgot which one to use. I guess, I don't know. Now I can't remember either. I was going to say I forgot if it's Spanish or Portuguese that I should use. But all I know in Portuguese is bom dia. That's it. So that's not bye-bye. Bom bom. All right. Well, good. I'm glad you goof around. Yeah, I mean, we goof around depending. I think it goes, I don't know. I try to have a mix of serious and not serious. We kind of swung very far into serious, so I'm glad that you popped in. I got you. Buenos noches, then. Buenas noches. Okay. All right. But yeah, we got it. Cool. So I remember we had these church groups in MOS school. This is military occupational specialty. It's like your job. So I think in the Army they call it A school, something like that. But in the Marines it's MOS school. So we had to go to MOS school for your whatever amount of time. For us it was like three months for combat engineers. And you don't really have a lot you can do. When you're like a full-fledged Marine, we call it the fleet, when you get to the fleet, your Marine Corps job is like a job. So you go to work for a certain period of time, and then you're off of work for a certain period of time. You know, just like a job. Now sometimes those periods of time change, so you might, a lot of times when you hit the fleet, you don't really have a regular job yet. So they make you do something called duty. It just makes sure that if there's an emergency in the middle of the night, for example, there's somebody to call. So duty, you're on duty for 24 hours on, 24 hours off. So it's that's annoying. And you can just be put on duty. So sometimes you have to alternate and stuff. But I mean, other than that, it's a pretty basic job. When you're in MOS school, however, it's sort of half and half. Your weekends are your own, but your day-to-day stuff, you have to wake up and be in formation at a certain time, and then your day starts going to different courses and everything, and then your day finishes, but you're not allowed to leave. You have to stay, where we were is called Courthouse Bay. You have to stay in Courthouse Bay. So you can kind of walk up and down Courthouse Bay. There was a place to drink, there was a internet cafe. This was before smartphones. So you could do that kind of stuff. You could watch, if you had a DVD player, for example, you could watch that in your barracks room. You could, kind of do whatever. But otherwise, you weren't allowed to have a vehicle, and yeah. So the only thing you could leave to do were these big church, the big church vans. They would show up twice a week to take people to Bible study. And I always thought it was weird because nobody in the van, like none of the church people, were in the military. They shouldn't have had any authorization to get on the base, but they did because they were a church. That did not sit well with me. But I did attend a couple of their services just to do something. And I think that's part of how they get people, is that some people are just bored, So for me, this wasn't a church I was very familiar with. And I remember I wanted to check movie times. This is pre-smartphones, So you had to have a physical computer. And I was at their house, and I had asked, can I check movie times? So for those of you that have never had to check movie times on the internet, remember you go to the website of the local movie theater, and then you just see what movies are there and what movies are playing. They might have the trailer. They definitely have the poster. And so I had asked the mother of the house, can I check the movie times? And she said, well, what movie? And I said, I don't know. I don't know what's playing. And she said, well, is it any rated R movie? I don't know. I don't know what's playing. And it was this constant back and forth that she was thinking I was bringing sin into her house because I was going to check something. And she said, I don't want my children to be exposed to this sinful stuff. And I was like, well, we're not watching movies, number one. Number two, we're just looking at the time. Number three, I don't know. And what I said in my brain, but not to her, was number four, your children are adults. They were 17 and 18 years old. Both of them could legally watch a rated R movie unattended. So that was a little interesting. And that really put me off, just how guarded they made their kids. How are you supposed to function in the rest, in the regular world? That was really weird to me, yeah. But it was, these maybe it was like this, these home church things. I think there was another one I attended in college after the military. It was another home church thing. I didn't like it. It was too cozy for me. I already have trouble. A friend of mine thought this was weird because my friend met me through my YouTube channel, and they thought it was very strange that I don't like talking to people. And they said, well, you talk to people all the time on your channel. I said, no, I talk to a camera. That's different. I don't like it, just meeting a bunch of new people. At a church, you can show up and just be there. Maybe some people will give you a generic greeting. Oh, hi, thanks for coming to our church, whatever, the end. You sit down. You do your thing, you do the worship, you do the listening to the pastor talking, and that's it. But at these group meetings, it's like everybody's looking at you. We're all in a circle, and I was just very awkward, this is very uncomfortable for me. So I was not a fan of this style. But did you like this style? Did you find it cozy? Did you find it cozy in a positive way? What about the rest of you guys? Have you gone to something like that? I feel sick looking at the website. Triggered much? Click out, yeah, right? Preface to all your all age viewership, my channel will be 18 plus most nights. Okay, great. Yeah, for me, that was a big shift for my channel because, but then one of my students found my channel, so it had to. Yeah, so I'm not bothered by that, but thank you for letting us know. My mom didn't want me to go into my uncle's back room back where he lived because he had HBO on his TV. There was evil in his area. Exactly. Dwells are typical to a pattern. People show up, linger a bit. There's an opening prayer for God to speak. 30 to 40 minutes teaching with minor discussion, closing questions, prayer, hangout. I did like it. I didn't like the anonymity of the large church gatherings. I was always turned off by the showmanship of evangelicals. Gotcha. See, I was in the charismatic Pentecostal cult. So for me, used to teach home groups. I was in the worship team. I was the bass player. And I played for God, I played for God. Actually, the showmanship thing, that's one thing I didn't like. We had some singers that I thought were too much. Like they were singing for themselves more than God. At least that was how I felt. So that I didn't like. But yeah, I feel the anonymity. I liked it. I think part of it could, it could just be my personality. I think the other part, again, this thing, again, slowed again. What is going on? This thing isn't even letting me show my mouse anymore. Where's my damn mouse? There. Is it? Okay, I think it's back. All right. Yeah, Nitty, it's totally fine that you liked it. I hear a lot of atheists. Why is it not receiving enough video? What is wrong with this internet? Oh my goodness. I don't get it. I'm in Korea. It's some of the best internet in the world. What is wrong? It's the right internet. I don't understand. I don't know. Can you guys even hear me? I don't even know. So hear me at least? I'm in Korea. Best internet. Okay, you can hear me. Well, that's good. Okay. So yeah, Nitty, I think it's totally fine that you liked what was going on. Good, you can hear the typing too. Great. I mean, not great, but it means you can hear everything. Okay. I've noticed a lot of atheists talk about how much they didn't like their church, and that's what had prompted them to leave. But for me, I loved it. I thought that it was great. And I think having so many people, so for me and my family, we have a lot of people in our family, and in some ways we're traditional to our culture. And there's a lot of just, auntie-gossip that goes on. Auntie, like the aunties, the aunts, aunts and uncles, the aunties, not A-N-T-I. So there's a lot of the auntie-gossip. And so it's like one thing you do, everybody hears about it, So it's, ridiculous. And they never talk to you about it, right? They just tell all the other aunties, and then finally some other auntie hears about it and then says, hey, I heard from so-and-so who heard from so-and-so who heard, I really, really don't like that everybody knows my business. So I think that level of anonymity I did like, so I could choose the people that I wanted to hang out with. Yeah, always with the band people. That's just being a big band dork, So that was good. I really liked our worship leader. He thought he was a good guy. And I was there so often. You know, I was a very obese, frizzy-haired teenager with this ridiculous religious belief that nobody else had locally, at least not at my school. And I was an easily outcast, even though, you know, you're an outcast with the other outcasts, and even still I was made fun of for, you know, my religion and that kind of stuff. Or since it was a lot of guys, they would hang out with each other, but they wouldn't invite me to stuff, and they would lie about, like, oh yeah, we're not having a birthday party, you know, and so I'd show up to give a gift to the guy that didn't get to have a birthday party, and I show up and they're having a party. They deliberately didn't invite me, you know, stuff like that. So for somebody like me, you know, I was really depressed. I had a hard time at home too. Church and Jesus they were like the best thing in the world. Jesus was always there for me. You know what I mean? Anytime I needed help, I could just call it to Jesus. And once I had started driving, you know, when I was 16, you couldn't stop me from being at church, and I loved it. So I always get frustrated when I meet Christians that just come randomly to the assumption, oh, you used to be Christian, I'm sorry that your church hurt you, and not all churches are like that. I've heard that. Maybe you've heard that too. And I'm just like, no, I loved my church. What are you talking about? You know, now, looking back, yeah, I can see where there were a lot of problems. But at the time, oh my goodness, this was a godsend at the time, you know. The anti-gossip, that's what it's like being in Dwell. Yeah, I don't like that. Even this idea that this lady was judging me for wanting to watch a movie, and that if I would have went to the movie website, that there may have been a rated R movie, and therefore, because I even put myself in the position to look at a poster of a rated R movie on a public website, that would have brought sin into her house, and it's my fault because I'm a dirty sinner. Girl, bye. You're coming to pick up Marines. What do you think? What kind of people do you think we are? We're the Marines. We're dirty, and we're hard fighting, hard cussing, hard drinking idiots. And you're coming to us, and then you're going to judge us because we're as sinful as you had assumed we were. Meanwhile, I'm Christian still, you know. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Yeah, my video chugged for a bit. Okay, but as long as you guys can hear me, because I'm not like doing a bunch of stuff in the videos. As long as you guys can hear me, I don't care. Yeah, you get programmed that it's very normal. I remember I used to do did you guys do altar calls then? Where, I wonder how that would work, because, you know, with such a big church, you don't know who's new, so you open up for an altar call, right? So then that way somebody new who was brought to church, if they were so convicted that they may go to the front and get prayer, or if anybody else just needed prayer, the prayer warriors were up there at the front, so you could go up at the front. Is that something that would even happen at a small group? Because you could easily see, oh, hey, there's a new person, you know, who are you here with? And then from there you could offer, like, would you like to, you know, like dedicate your life to Jesus? You know, we could have a prayer with you, because I feel like you could have that personal connection. Otherwise, would there be a need to have an altar call? Was there an equivalent to that in these groups? Also, the church is called Dwell, but is there any, what are these called? Like church cells? Is that what they're called? Just as a generic term. Summer says, it was a huge comfort to me. My beliefs fell apart with knowledge. Oh yes, I went to atheism kicking and screaming and trying to hold on to as much as I could, you know. I felt like I was dragged from the cave into the sunlight against my will as I learned more. And the worst part is I was trying to learn more so I could be a minister. I was like, oh, well, now I'm studying the Bible to be a good Christian minister. Uh-oh. There's some parts that I'm suddenly having questions about. That's okay. I'll get into biblical history so that way I can learn more to be a good Christian, to be a good Christian minister. Oh no. Huh. Okay. Well, now that we're able to study the genome and study the brain, surely this will prove that gay people obviously are just choosing to be. Oh no, it turns out that they weren't. So why would God create them this way if that meant that they were sinful? Well, wait a minute. Why would God create us anyway if our inherent creation is sinful? Oh no. let me try to find something else to make it make sense, Yeah, that was it was a bunch of oh no, oh no, oh no moments until it was I'm gone. I'm totally gone from this, yeah. Let's see, sin is so powerful to us meager humans. Pride cometh before a fall, right? All it takes is one poster, right? Exactly. I thought I could refuse the poster, but no, I'm not strong enough. Joel's altar call was basically our crescendo at the end of a discussion or teaching to preach the gospel out of whatever passage we had. Okay. The altar calls would be one-on-one or small group challenges for people to receive Christ after a few meetings. It was just reformatted to the format. I got you. There's the large church made up of group homes, which are made of gender-based. Oh, they're gender-based. Oh, interesting. Are they also age bracket-based? Is there like a teen group, or is it at someone's house and then they split into two rooms, like a teen room and an adult room? Lee, it's shocking to me. I've learned what they're doing at these Nazarene, Wesleyan, Catholic, Baptist, and other churches too. Tell me. Tell me what's up. That was my experience. You got to keep moving the goalpost of what would be a good reason, right? Yeah, I eventually had come to... I went to this idea of non-denomination. And quite frankly, I'll be honest, I didn't really understand what a denomination was, other than I was told we interpreted the Bible correctly as compared to a Baptist or a Catholic. You interpreted it correctly how? It turns out we were using the part of Mark that apparently was totally fake and added in after the fact, with the coming of the Holy Spirit, Pentecost, slain in the Spirit, speaking in tongues, rolling on the ground thing. But I was very moved by a lot of what Paul wrote. I felt Paul was very practical, at least back then. Now I feel like he's kind of a jerk, but at the time, and I really like this idea of 1 Corinthians 1:10, which was, be ye of all one mind, brethren, and let there be no division among you. And to me, that was saying, ditch the idea of these denominations, but how do you do that? So I started focusing on what we had in common as opposed to what we had different. Maybe I like to speak in tongues, so I go to this church, but you're not as loud, so you might go to a Catholic service. But we both believe in Jesus, that kind of thing. And I started kind of widening that to also bring in like Judaism and Islam. And I kind of started widening that further to bring in ideas from other religions. And it almost became more of a Unitarian idea that there were that God is inside the house, and there's many ways to go into the house. You can go through the front door, the back door, the chimney. There's a bunch of windows you can enter. So the method to get to God doesn't matter. It's the fact that you got to God at all. And those methods are different religious beliefs. And so I started focusing on what was the same in those religious beliefs. But I also started noticing some stuff that was the same in other supernatural beliefs, paranormal beliefs, shadow people, UFO sightings, ape men, like the Sasquatch, the Yeti, the Yedin, that kind of thing, ghosts. What did they have in common? Now, I didn't believe in ghosts. I believed in the Holy Ghost, but I didn't believe in ghosts. This idea that your soul would walk the earth after your bodily death, that did not line up with my beliefs. So how come so many cultures had this idea and have reports of seeing ghosts? And I started to wonder, salvia, the drug, was kind of big and at the time, because some Marines were smoking it because it wasn't expressly forbidden. Like marijuana was forbidden, but salvia wasn't. It's a shorter high and it doesn't show up on the drug test, whatever. But then we were told it was still illegal. And so people started talking about that at the 10-minute break after our drug thing. Are you done? You done making noise? Okay. It's coconut. And they were talking about these different... Somebody said, yeah, I took salvia and everything turned into Legos. And somebody else said, oh, when I took salvia, everything turned into beads. And they were talking about this, and I thought, that's interesting. So it affects how you see things, and it breaks it down into smaller pieces of colorful things. Interesting. And I also started learning more about drugs and stuff too. We had more internet access just regularly. And so it would be things like, how does this affect the brain and how does this affect the brain? And it was interesting to me that you could have a drug that no matter your normal brain function, like your day-to-day brain function, your personality, your cultural background, if you give this drug to person A from culture A and person B from culture B and so on to person Z, they would all have the same experience. They would have similar experiences. And this was also around the time a lot of the near-death experience preachers started cropping up, and that boy that had the near-death experience and stuff. And how some drugs and also just oxygen deprivation with G-force and stuff can affect the brain in the same way as a near-death experience. And I started wondering, is religion like that? Is it a, quote unquote, is religion a near-death experience? Is it a drug where with certain input, we all have the same output? And that's what I had started wondering. And I started reading some of the research recently from my psychology courses. And it seems like there is, yeah. I wrote something on cults. I don't know. Maybe I'll read it for you guys. It's about operant conditioning and cults. Yeah. And that's kind of where I ended up realizing a lot of the stuff that I accepted as a sign from God, it was really just me assuming there was a spiritual world. And then when a thing happened after I voiced like a prayer, I interpreted that as a sign. But as an objective person who didn't know any of this would not look at the same incident and say, this is a sign from the spiritual. They would look at the same incident and say, that's a lightning bug that went off. It would be stuff like, oh God, give me a sign that I'm on the right path. And then like a lightning bug would light up. And you tell yourself to ignore all the other lightning bugs that were out at 2 because this one lit up as soon as you finished your sentence, But any casual observer would just say, there's lightning bugs. Why do you think this is a sign from God? Why did I think it was a sign from God? And so again, those are the questions eventually that led me away from it. So it's very frustrating when Christians think that, atheism is something that I chose. I chose it to sin, all these other silly things, because it's like I fought very hard to stay religious, and in fact I tend to know their scripture better than they do because I studied it, because I wanted to be a minister. So yeah. Oh, hang on, let's see, here we go. Yep, studying for the ministry started toppling my house of cards for me too. I felt like, too, if I studied for the ministry, maybe all the things that I found sinful about myself would be resolved, Almost like guilt had pushed me there, and that God would forgive me, in a way. There's ministries that segregate them, which would be the ages a bit. Sundays are adult, middle school, and younger. Middle school and high school get their own meeting for a large gathering. Well, that's nice. College-age ministry is its own high control, overcommitment group that feeds the adult ministry, encourages young marriage. Do you know about the marriage age? Or was there anybody that got married and you were just like, you guys are like 17, what the hell? And everyone else was like, oh, how beautiful, praise be to God. Was there ever something like that? End days talk. Oh yes, we still have some end days people. I want to see if I can get some of their literature for you guys. But here in Korea, we have some end days people. Still about the 666 and the credit card chip being put in your hand. Yeah, it's still that. Let's see. When adults meet for their home groups, they tend to send their kids to a group to babysit. At the babysitting thing, do they like watch, I don't know, Superbook, VeggieTales? We did Superbook at our house, not our church. I don't know what the church did. Saw that a lot, Nitty. Married at 18, family member married at 17 with the parents sign off. They're still married 30 years on. Oh, interesting. I think particular types of experiences do that to people. I think something with small groups with structured practices, internal memes, sacrifice for each other, and increasing that over time definitely consistently hits dopamine, serotonin release, and oxytocin. When you get hugs, contact, help, etc. No Superbook, no VeggieTales. Were they too mainstream and therefore evil? There was another one, wasn't there, where they did Bible stories and they were drawn kind of well. Like they didn't look really cartoony. Some of the Superbook stuff too was drawn really well, even though the characters were this anime style, kind of goofy, and then everybody else, like Samson and stuff, they were all drawn like really nicely. I don't know why. Did you have chick tracks? Chick tracks. Oh my god. Chick tracks. These are interesting. I want to see like what it looks like at the groups. So then what's the building for? Really? Because it looks like a big building. You know what I mean? Like look at this parking space. Can you guys even see it? Yeah, you can see it. Look at this parking space. And what's it for? Were there big events here? Were there like holiday events? Did you guys celebrate holidays? I know some sects don't celebrate holidays. Yeah, it looks like what, a coffee machine and some stuff here. Yeah, what's... Oh, hang on. Oh, wait. Stuck in Dwell Community Church. There is hope. Leavingdwell.com. Have you heard of these, Nitty? I'm gonna see if I can check the QR code. Let's see if it works. Oh, yeah. Oh, just leavingdwell.com. Wait. I gotta whip out my cell phone to scan this code. And this is on a billboard as you're driving by. Like, if you just write Leaving Dwell, that's easy enough to remember. Why do I need to take my phone out while I'm driving? Let's see. I could read it on my phone, but why would I? Leavingdwell.com. No chick tracks. 3 campuses. It's not as big as it looks. Oh, okay. They do some stuff there. I used to enjoy the old Bible Kids shows in the wee hours of the weekend. What were they called? I don't remember. Like I have a visual. Do you know what I mean? But I don't remember what they're called. Walkable area of town. Oh, okay. My entire town is covered in pro-life Christian billboards owned by one old guy who just buys billboards and calls it a charity. Ugh. Definitely not a charity. Right? Let's see what we got here. Sorry, I've got a bunch of windows open in the back. Okay. Life after leaving Dwell Community Church. We who have left Dwell Community Church have shared similar fears. We feared that to leave Dwell would put us outside the will of God, that we would lose community and friends, and that we would lose a life of meaning and purpose. But we have found hope in life outside of Dwell. Many of us have found communities and purpose and a deeper relationship with God. Others of us no longer pursue a Christian spiritual path, but have experienced a deep sense of healing and self-acceptance. Oh, that's interesting. I like how they include both. That you can still be Christian outside of this situation, or you can just leave, The purpose of this site is to help those seeking the resources to leave Dwell. This site is a work in progress. Please check back for new stuff. Interesting. Patterns of control. Ooh, is this like the bite model? Interesting. Xenos is a cult. 6 warning signs. Is this going to be... Wow, this is really interesting stuff. Let's see what you guys are saying in the chat. The billboard is strategically placed at the end of a street a leader in the church lives on. Nice. I watched Gerbert. I watched Bible Man unironically. Oh, and then Salty. Do you remember Salty? Is Dwell well known in your area? Yes. Wow. This looks really intense. I'm so glad that you found us. Because I haven't heard of this group. Yeah. Interesting. Let's see. Early warning signs. What's said publicly is different from what's said privately. Oh, interesting. Okay, so yeah, let's talk about this stuff. What's this politicians win? You have to play politics to get anything done. Okay, so this isn't politics. Like politics, it's the people that play ball. They're the ones who's doing stuff. So decisions rarely get made the way they're supposed to be made. Most decisions happen outside of meetings or any agreed upon process. Okay. I guess in our church, they kicked out the pastor suddenly, and they hired a new pastor. There were reasons they said they did this, but none of the church was notified. We were never consulted. And what was weird was that the pastor was kicked out for being guilty of stuff that a lot of the church members were doing. So that was weird, you know. Oh, we don't, and I also thought it was weird, like, how come he's not given an option for forgiveness and repentance and all this other stuff? It was just suddenly we came to church one Sunday and we had a different guy. And they said, yeah, we had to let Pastor so-and-so go because of this sin that he was committing. Meanwhile, a bunch of people at church were committing this sin. Nobody asked us. And that was really weird. Anybody else have anything? My channel is also a counterpoint that they make people leave anonymously. Why would they say that? But no, I'm glad you put yourself out there against that. That's good. He was on against Barney, I think. I was a little too old, yeah. I just didn't understand, like, why, like, an animated pages of the Bible. It just seemed really weird. So anybody else can anybody else remember something from their church where the people who played the game were the ones making the decisions outside of the normal rules? And then I think there was a bit of a lag, so if I wait, then there's just going to be a weird blank space. So I'll let you guys answer that. What's said publicly is different from what happened privately. Let's see. What's said publicly is different from what happened privately. I'm trying to think if there's anything like that. I don't know. I don't know if I can immediately think of something like that. I'm sure there was. I can't remember. You deal with conflict by talking about people, not to people. There's the antis. Yes. I hate that. I hate that so much. Church fights are normalized. That I don't think we had. There's an entrenched us versus them mentality. I don't think we had that. No one takes responsibility. I mean, I guess when they were trying to blame the church's whatever on the pastor being a sinner, I guess they assigned responsibility? I don't know. I don't think any of these really apply to my church except the first one. But this is not like the church is toxic, period. This is, we love church, we go to church, and some churches are toxic, and here's how we'll tell you to find a toxic church. So this is very pro-church. To the public, we're LGBT friendly and private. We'll kick you out if you don't go celebrate or repent. Oh, yes, yes. Now that is something I would agree with. What's said in publicly is different from what is said privately. which is how I initially read it. But what it looks like here, what this is actually saying, is that an event occurred, and rather than telling people what happened, they tell people something different to make the event look different. So for example, let's say that your pastor was caught at a gay bar, just making out with a dude, okay? And so that's what happened privately. What happened, or what's said publicly, would be something like, no, that's a lie. People that are just saying that, these are just people that are listening to Satan. After all, gossip is a sin, guys. That's what they're trying to say. They're just trying to tear the church apart. Or they might say something like, the pastor the pastor did go to a gay bar, yes, but only because his car broke down and he needed to use the phone, or something along those lines. So that's what I think this is saying here. What happened privately is spun publicly differently. But we said stuff differently in public versus private. We definitely did. So we also had that one about love the sin, hate the sinner, and then just like hate the sinner, in private. Yeah, we had something like that too. I put in your Discord link to my analysis of the bite model and specific to their behaviors on Reddit. Yeah, the bite model is really, really good for this. I think this is not about a cult. I think this is just about a toxic church environment. So that's a little different from what I expected when I clicked on this. People leave because they hate God and don't want to follow Jesus. See, in private, the person lost their grade. That's true. Yeah, they say that. I think that would be a really good example. I left because I honestly sought God and did not find him, right? And it seems like a lot of us in this live stream is the same thing. But then to each other, publicly, they'll say it's because I was tempted by sin or something like that. I was never a true Christian, things like that. My church was upfront about being anti-LGBT+. Might be because Christians can do that in North Carolina. Oh, interesting. That's where I was in the military, in North Carolina. Yeah, they were more upfront about stuff like that. Let's see. Xenos is a cult. Dwell is a cult. Spiritual abuse. Let's just look at. Dwell changed its name from Xenos in December after years of negative press and accusations by former members. Wow. See, it's a good thing we're not. This is one of the reasons we're not. We don't play ads on my channel, because now we get to talk about this stuff without getting demonetized, because we're not monetized. We wanted to take the road to life. We've come to a graveyard. We set out for a promised land, and all we see is a desert. We talked about justice, and all we know is terror and despair. What the heck is a cult? Why do we care? Numerous articles. Because I don't want to just read. Wow, this is a nice website, though. Like, as we're going down, it pops out. How can it be that Dwell Community Church leadership is so unaware of the abuse? This must be one of those, what happened privately is not spoken of correctly, publicly. Coming home, the Jesus People movement in the Midwest, and their attempts to escape from fundamentalism. Oh, interesting. Yeah, this looks like a really interesting thing to read through. Do I feel that God will punish me if I don't do what my church groups encourage me to do? Do I feel freedom to ask questions or express concerns in my church group? Did you, Nidhi? Did you feel freedom to ask questions or express concerns in your church group? Because that's one thing that I would be... Oh, see you later, Chris. Have a good one. That would be one thing that I would be curious about. Since we were so, not decentralized, like if I spoke up with a question or concern, I could do that one-on-one with a deacon or somebody like that. So this wouldn't call me out, like where it would if you're in that church cell and you say something, all the people in attendance would look at you and judge you. In my case, yeah, I would ask. There were different leaders, there's the youth group leaders, there were just different leaders throughout the church. And so sometimes, whoever you felt more comfortable with, you just kind of pull them aside and say, hey, I had a question about this thing the pastor said. Oh, I was reading through this passage and I had a question about this. So I would say, yeah, I felt free to express those concerns at church. Definitely more so than at home. At home, there was no. No. But at church, yeah, you could kind of bring it up. Yeah. Yeah, I felt very comfortable and comfortable with it. Someone at OSU actually did their dissertation on how culty was. Oh, interesting. Do you know the dissertation name or the person's name? I would be interested in reading it. You can never really ask those questions that were too far off doctrine. As you moved up in leadership, you were consigned to conformity to the majority. So what, could you give an example of what would be a question off limits? Most of the time questions were encouraged as long as they didn't take you away from belief or no longer coming to meetings. I think that was one of the parts that I had trouble with, is when I would express a question to my parents, they thought that I was challenging them or trying to get away from God. It was more like, I'm having a problem with this and I need it resolved so I can continue staying in the religion, Your pastor didn't like questions made. Interesting. Yeah, I think that with the Pentecostals, they're so overly confident that they have the right answer that any question they feel they should be able to answer. That's what I think. It's this kind of arrogance to it. If they can't answer it, they do end with, well, God works in mysterious ways, which is basically a way to say, stop asking. I don't know, but we trust that God knows. So then you would stop asking. Yeah. And it's kind of weird though, right? Because we accept that we don't fully know the nature of God, right? We accept that, and that God's got his own plan and all this other stuff, and yet we just should trust that even though we don't know the nature of God, we should assume he's trustworthy. We should assume he's benevolent. That's a little weird, isn't it? Nobody knows the mind of God. Nobody knows what God's plan is. There's a lot of stuff in the Bible where God was acting pretty terribly. But don't question it. Just assume that he's got a plan and that plan makes sense. But does he have, just assuming that the Bible is an accurate representation of God and God is really there, right? Does that demonstrate a good track record of a trustworthy, benevolent guy? I wouldn't say so. So then, if that's really all we have to go on, is the Bible to tell us as much as it can about the nature of God, and still nobody knows the true nature of God. What in the Bible makes us think that God is trustworthy and good, and that he knows what he's doing? Right? Nidhi says they couldn't ask, could I convert to Catholicism? Should I support my husband leaving the faith or leaving Dwell? Interesting. Should we start emphasizing speaking in tongues or healing? Oh, interesting. Should so-and-so be in leadership? Once someone was in leadership, you were told to trust that the Holy Spirit has put them there. Right. That's really the same thing what I was saying. What made us think the Holy Ghost is trustworthy? Right? I mean, Yahweh starts out pretty early on regretting that he created us and then deletes us, Where does that say, oh yeah, he's a nice guy, he's got a plan, and he's a really good guy, and he knows what he's doing? Which part of the flood says that? he chooses Moses, and Moses gets so pissed off coming down from Mount Sinai the first time because he sees everybody, doing the golden calf stuff, whatever, that he smashes the 10 Commandments. That's the guy you chose? Is this guy who just like... I mean, think about that. These are 2 tablets that were finger written by the hand of God. This was an encounter directly with freaking Yahweh. You got to see his back parts, I guess his butt, or you could look at the back of his head or whatever. Like you really physically encountered Yahweh. You were so changed physically that your face looked different. It looked brighter and stuff, like when you come down the mountain. And you can't even keep your crap together to not smash these damn tablets. You know what I mean? Can you imagine, somebody handing you like paper, instead, like a book. And this book came from the king, and the king chose you to share his message because the king trusts that you are like a very rational, reasonable dude. And you get back to like the village and you're so mad, you just like deliberately just drop this book of rules and regulations into a bonfire. What the hell is wrong with you? Right? This is from the king. You met with the king. The king thought you were worthy, and you prove your worthiness by being an idiot. And then instead of the king recognizing, oh, this guy kind of sucks, he like gives it to him again, except some of the rules are different. That's a little... That doesn't say, oh yeah, God makes good decisions picking a guy, or getting lost in the desert for 40 years. Yeah, he picked the right guy for the job. Like Moses can't even walk in one direction. That doesn't tell me, oh yeah, Yahweh, he knows what he's doing. It's like, it just sounds like he's just making it up as he goes along, right? So how come based on that, I gotta be like, yeah, I totally trust that God has my best interest in heart. Look what he did to Job. He treated Job terribly, and then got mad that Job was questioning him. Not questioning him like, God, how dare you? It was like, please, God, tell me what I did wrong so I could repent, so this stops happening. And God's like, who are you to ask me any questions? Were you there when I like made everything? You weren't there. You can't ask me nothing. Your friends are dumb, and you're dumb. Everybody's dumb. This is dumb. You're all dumb. And then put everything back to normal, except he's got new kids because everybody died. That's not a guy I'm going to say makes good decisions, you guys. You know what I mean? So why should I trust that God works a mysterious way? It seems like he works like an idiot, It seems like he's kind of dumb. That's it. Everybody's dumb, though. I mean, we're going to hope, though, that God ain't dumb, right? Let's see. Questions were okay. Like global or local flood. Okay. Armenian or Calvinism. Who wrote Hebrews? Oh, okay. Trust the ghost and don't ask why. If I did that in those games I was talking about, that like choose your own death game, just trust the ghost, I think I would just be dead. Do Pentecostal preachers need to go to school to be ordained? Like, you could go major in theology, but I mean, hypothetically, no. If you just like, people really like your testimony, and you show that you're on fire for Jesus, you could just be like a pastor straight up. Oh yeah, you don't need to have anything special. Like there's no process for that, and that's the point. The point is God chooses regular people. So if you were to ever ask something like, well, how come your church doesn't believe in going through like this process of proving that you know what you're talking about, you know what I mean? Like the Catholic Church or whatever. then our response would have been something like, when Jesus chose Matthew as a disciple, did he care how much schooling Matthew had? Did Paul need to have a bunch of, did he need to be ordained to go talk? Did Peter need any of this? So that would be the answer, is that being ordained and all of this other stuff is human-made because we feel like we can choose who's worthy of leading better than God can choose who's worthy of leading. Yeah, it's yeah. But I mean, and I may be biased, but I agree. What are you going to get ordained in that you believe in all the same denominational hooey that everybody else believes in? You're not trying to be like a licensed surgeon or something. There's no, like, who determines that you know most about the thing that nobody can prove exists? You know what I mean? That you know the writing's best, even though everybody interprets it their own way. Like, how do you, like, even as a teacher in one of those courses, how do you quantify that? How do you test that? How do you determine that your test was correct? Because you're trying to turn God's favor and grace and mysterious plan into something that I can grade on a piece of paper. So what is the point of being ordained? You know what I mean? That's kind of how I see it. Yeah. Turns out it wasn't a ghost at all. It was just old man Wiggins wearing a sheet. He would have got away with it too if it wasn't for his meddling atheists. Let's see. A different requirement for different denominations. AG pastors are supposed to be ordained. They may have had their own process, but as far as like going to seminary and stuff, they may have gone to that. But we had like youth pastors and stuff that they were just guys. They were just guys off the street. They were from the street and then became pastors, but they were just guys. Actually, in that book we did for the Patreon live stream, we watched that pastor a few times, and he was talking about how gangsters off the street, that's the kind of church. Yeah, that's interesting. Maybe the big pastor, like the main service pastor, has to go through something like that, some kind of certification process. You know what I mean? But it's like, how do you, Jesus picked Thomas, who was a pretty scientifically minded chap. You know what, TJ? That part always upset me, because they always talked about doubting Thomas. Don't be a doubting Thomas. Jesus didn't hate Thomas. He obliged. Yeah, man. Check out the holes. Touch them. Yeah, now you believe me, huh? You feel pretty stupid. Now you believe me. The end. He wasn't like, Thomas, you're going to go to hell for not having faith. He's like, Thomas, you need to see the holes in my hand? Here's the holes in my hand, my dude. How come I can't get that? How come Thomas got that and I couldn't get that? And that's the part. Like, okay, maybe I am a doubting Thomas. Like, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with, in a world where people keep claiming to communicate with God and there's false prophets and all this other stuff, what's wrong with wanting a little proof that God actually said the thing he said? What's wrong with that? Why is that bad? Thomas wasn't rebuked. Not that I remember. Your own personal silverback gorilla ordained to lead your pack, someone who's there. That sounds good. I just need a silverback gorilla. Yeah, more humans finding ways to affirm the in-group. Absolutely, It's like, that's all I feel like it would be, is just, here's a list of things that we believe is true. Do you also believe they're true? Okay, now, hypothetically, if somebody asked you about this, how would you answer based on our rules and regs, That, and then that's to be ordained? I don't know. It just seems, I don't know. There's nothing wrong with being a doubting Thomas. Exactly. I would rather have my own personal silverback gorilla instead of my own personal Jesus. For sure. Let's read a couple more of some of the stuff that Nikki has posted. And then, hey Christians, what makes the Christian God different from other gods? Which, of course, atheists, I'm not asking you why the Christian God isn't real. If you want to comment. Okay, let's see what people say. So, hey Christians, what makes the Christian God different from other gods? Real Christians understand and know that everyone has the right to worship whichever spiritual deity they please, period, blah, blah, blah. So this is a Unitarian. Okay. Just popping in to say that atheism is a faith-based religion since none of us truly understand diddly squat about the universe. So, okay, Jake. I feel like if there's like a stereotypical trilby, because it's not a fedora, trilby wearing atheist who types on Reddit, then like Jake is trying to be like his king, the leader of the Reddit atheist. Excuse me guys, actually atheism, because like nobody knows anything and like Meanwhile, the question was, hey Christians, what makes the Christian God different from other gods? Just pumping you to stay, atheists. Yeah. Thanks, Jake. Thanks. Jake's given the question, like an answer that I would have to give a 0 to, because, okay, none of us understand diddly squat about the universe. But do I agree? To some extent, fine, sure. I'm not saying that what he says is totally wrong. He does seem to have a misunderstanding of what atheism is and what religion is and what faith is. So that first half, okay. But I'd have to give him a 0 on this answer because, Jake, we were talking about Christianity and perceptions of God. So why are you coming in here to answer about atheists? It just makes me think about my students that are like one student wrote an essay about concentration camps, but 50% of the essay was a biography about Hitler. So I could only give her a maximum of 50% because half of the essay had nothing to do with concentration camps. Who cares where Hitler was born and that he served in the Austrian army? Who cares? Who cares how he rose to power? You're talking about concentration camps and some aspect of them, like what they did, like how they killed people or something, and why they existed. And that wasn't fully fleshed out. It was just you talking about Hitler for half of the pages. That's what Jake's doing. Only the Christian God is capitalized, and he is different because he is real. He is outside time and space. He is infinite, omnipotent, love, truth, and the giver of life. Okay. So the Christian God is real because I said he's real. And I revere him by typing with capitals when I talk about him. Excellent. Also, Nitty, do you have Twitter? And Nitty says, thanks for checking out the stuff I was talking about in the subs. Oh, absolutely. You're always welcome to appear in my lives, even as an avatar icon if you happen to be free. Remember, that way your students don't see your face in photo. That's true, but then if they like it, they'll click. No, my thing was found totally weirdly. It was by a student who doesn't speak Korean, because he came from some English-speaking country. And he wanted to know what non-alcoholic beer tasted like in Korea. So he typed in English, Korean beer taste test. And I had a Korean beer taste test. That's how they found. So it wasn't like recommended because vicinity, like, oh, this person is live now in Korea. You are in Korea on YouTube now. Now it's recommended because of that. It was a student just who couldn't speak Korean, looked it up on YouTube and found it that way. This is spacing out. Oh, the spacing out. Blink and come back and Hitler and question mark. That's okay. It's Hitler and this guy. That's all right. You know what? You can rewind it. That's what's good about these live streams. They're live, but they're also rewindable. TJ asks, did our church have a garden? I never see gardens outside churches. Kind of weird to me. I mean, we had flowers and stuff, yeah. The one that I remember the most, just because I went there the most and was most involved in, We had bushes more than anything else. Bushes. And a field. There was this big empty field next to it. And people used to just go there and burn stuff. It wasn't like Greg Locke burning books. It was like random people that had nothing to do with the church. Sometimes they would go at night and burn trash because it was just this open field with a few trees to kind of seclude it slightly. So sometimes you would leave like a night service and then you would see a fire in this field, but you could see just because of the fire's illumination, you could see it's like in the back of a truck and there's a few people there. So, you know, they would call the police just to enforce a no trespassing rule because that was the church's property. But people would go there because they thought it was like an unknown, like no one had owned the land, or that they didn't think that anyone was at the church at the time. So they would just occasionally we'd just see people burning, controlled burns. But we didn't like that. You know, what if it got out of control and burned everything down, you know? But I guess God protected us. So that's it, right? God protected us, not the police. Where is my mouse? When this is lagging, there we go. My mouse just like disappears. My mouse lags. And I don't have my glasses with me. Oh my gosh, come on, click. Okay. This is interesting. Let's see what else was said to our friend Philippos, the real Logos T. I'm sure it's going to be the same as everything else. God is not the name of the deity you worship. Most, if not all, deities' names are capitalized. Do you have any objective, demonstrable evidence for the assertions which make up the rest of your post? Without this, Yahweh is no different. God is capitalized because he is the one God. And yes, there's plenty of evidence for God. Oh boy. Yeah, it looks like my internet is being slow. I don't know why. Cat, dog, monkey, baboon, all capitalized. You're making silly points. Maybe this is something we can watch for later. So just a bunch of random assertions. You have many because reasons. I listed what makes God different from pagan gods. None of them are viable. Capitalization only in English and in one alphabet. You know what? I'll put it here too. Yeah, when writing in Korean, there are no capital letters. So it is Yahweh, only the true God in English. Womp womp. But not Korean. No. Hananim is not the true God. He, so you're committing gender to an entity that created everything. How do you know he was a he? Side note, you spell out GD, yet toss the paper you wrote in it away. That's not respectful at all. Okay. Just a laughing emoji. I mean, that's good. That's nice and big for you guys to see. Says who, not me. Prove it. Yeah. God's love, drowning babies and cows. Well, it's a golden calf. It's okay. Fire in an empty field. That's obvious symbolism there. Why don't they garden? God is a gardener. I don't know why they didn't garden. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like I said, they had bushes, and the bushes were manicured. I don't know. I don't. Huh. I don't know. I guess, I don't know. Yeah. Let's see. There's only one God, the creator of everything, which means there's no other God to compare with. Okay. Thank you for your sincere curiosity about the Christian faith. The clearest and starkest distinction between the God of the Bible and any other gods is that the God of the Bible became man. Oh, sir. Know ye not Zeus? Zeus became many a thing, sir. Oh my goodness. Yeah, and the gods of Hinduism. Smart. Am I following this person? I'm gonna. Okay. A Christian god has more followers in the US, maybe globally. Because it's the only real God that really loves everyone so much because he gave everyone free will with the side of Jesus. There are no other gods. Hey, hun, good to see you. What if someone from another religion disagrees? They are wrong. Shrug. Cool. So, as a non-religious person, how can I tell who is correct? Since I do not share the bias towards your religion versus the other religion. There we go. Let's find out. Because that's the part that I think that they kind of miss. Obviously my God's real because duh, he's God. But I feel like they miss the idea of, all right, so to an atheist, how do you convince them that your God is the right one where the other one doesn't even exist? How do we, because to the atheist, you're both claiming you have a God, you worship, this person's created, or this God created stuff, etc., etc. So how do I, as a non-religious person, say, oh, obviously yours is the real God, and you're just making it up as you go along, right? He comes with an owner's manual. Oh, interesting. In one word, grace. All other gods require man to do work to have a relationship with them and achieve salvation or some spiritual experience. In contrast, God of the Bible did all the work to ensure man can have a relationship. Number 2, the God of the Bible is real. Every God belief, that's the same, not different. Okay. The only difference is the Zeus of the pantheon is real. So I'll just ask him the same question. Hi, Brad. Just to ask for more clarification to a third party without a religion, how can we tell that your deity is real and the deity of the other person is not real? What other pieces of evidence do you have to show? Thanks. There we go. Yeah, we'll see what they say. Because, sometimes you hear the same answer 20,000 times. Maybe it came from you in the past. But sometimes people got some pretty interesting ideas, Ooh, hair. That's good. Jesus and God actually ate, slept, died, rose from the earth. All others are made up myths. Jesus isn't a myth. Okay. So, but to a person without religion, both yours and the other religious beliefs seem like unsupported myths. What evidence do you have to support your belief? Such as, what evidence is there that Jesus ate, slept, worked, died, rose, and other religions claim similar? Such as, we'll use the other guy's thing, the Hindu avatars. The Hindu deities as avatars. There we go. We'll find out. We'll see what he says. What do you guys think? How do you think the Christian God is different from other gods? Seriously. How do I think that Yahweh is different from other gods? I don't know if I do. I would say maybe he's easy to anger, and he really likes killing stuff a lot. I think a lot of the other gods, not so much. I think Yahweh's really into that. He even killed himself to give to himself as a gift of sacrifice to himself. That's so weird. It's so weird, right? Why? You could just say, I forgive you. You could also say you didn't do anything wrong. There's nothing to forgive. All other gods are known to be selfish and narcissistic. all they care about is themselves and their personal advancement. But that's not the case with the Christian God. The Christian God cares about you, how you can get to heaven. Oh, sir. The self-proclaimed vengeful and jealous God. Yeah, okay, I get that. As a former atheist, however, I started to think a little bit and thought, if the creator of the universe, I guess I'd be a little pissed off if people start to worship their creations over me, wouldn't you say? I would not say. As a teacher, when my students come up with their own ideas, that's awesome. I want them to be independent and think for themselves. I don't want them to just be weird parrots of my phrases. And I didn't even create these guys. Even more so, I would be at fault, right? That's what I'm saying. I would be responsible for them being independent because I created them as independent. Right? Why would I get angry that I created them the way, no, that they are behaving in the way I created them? Right? That's what never made sense to me. He gave us a brain, you know. A Christian's God told you who he was in such a way, there's no denying it, in such a way that if you didn't believe him, you might be a fool. I'm not calling you a fool, that's up to you. What did he tell anyone? That this is where the sheep can hear the voice of the master. You have to be a real sheep to understand, but don't worry, you'll be all right. So, wait. You're saying only real sheep can hear the voice of the shepherd, but first claimed that the shepherd had undeniably called all of us sheep to him. So which is it? Can everyone hear him, or only the true sheep? Right? I think these are fun. I really recommend, Beat the Cult. There's just a lot of interesting stuff that she talks about. Did you know there's a verse in the Bible that says God's name is jealous? Oh, yeah. What are they talking about? Oh, in the Mandela effect community. Tell me what they're talking about. As a parent, it's screwed up. It's the screwed up parent who would have the demands God does. My body created her. Yeah, that's true. You know, don't you want your kids to be independent and exciting? I would like a herd of actual sheep. I know, right? That's a heck of a character trait if you name yourself after it. Oh, for sure. For sure. Let's see. I'm not just looking for anyone but a responsible and God-fearing family I can trust my property to, because I spent a lot building this property and I need someone who can take care of the house like it's yours and keep it clean at all times. God-fearing, I thought people couldn't be rejected on their basis of religious beliefs or lack thereof. I'm looking for a home to rent and a landlord just told me they're looking for a God-fearing tenant. Wouldn't the God-fearing tenant not take care of it if they believe the rapture is around the corner? Weird. Illegal for a landlord to discriminate. Yeah, for sure. Hey, atheists, do you meditate or pray? What about you guys? Do you meditate or pray? I guess I have stuff I say to myself to keep myself on track. What about you guys? I don't know of other gods that believe is the only thing that gets you into heaven. Most have deeds to get you in. I think this is where it gets a little bit muddy, because you will know their faith is true by their fruit, by the deeds that they do. And faith without works is dead. You can't just be Christian privately, the end. You have to convert. You have to proclaim, Yeah. That's a little, I don't know. For me, that was always a weird because our church said the same thing too. But then that we had to go out and preach the gospel to every creature. Well, doesn't that sound like a work? That sounds like a work to me. So the Mandela is just people saying it was never there before and something has changed. Oh, no, it was there. I find myself doing some form of truth affirmation, analyzing my situation, and writing down the good things in life or the good things about myself when I'm not perfect. That's good. I think that's helpful. If it's too cold, that makes my muscles really hurt, and then I can focus on that a lot. So I just tell myself, it's not too cold. It is whatever the temperature, and the wind is blowing. The temperature is whatever, and the wind is blowing. Like, I try to remain neutral about it, just so I don't focus on it too much, if that makes sense. I don't know about praying, though. I don't pray. Let's see. Christians, God sent the bears. What are you doing on Thanksgiving? Wash your grapes. As I learn more about the history of Christianity, it's becoming more and more apparent to me that my family's homophobia and rejection of who I am is based on a lie. This is very difficult for me to process, and frankly, it makes me very emotional. That's too bad. The Great Flood was because demons had children with women. Their offspring was Nephilim, the most evil beings to ever live. That's why they were all destroyed in the flood. Blows my mind that an adult who's probably registered to vote and possibly has children actually said this. Wow, wow, wow. Yeah. This was sort of my gotcha moment when I left the church. I was making fun of how dumb Scientology and Mormonism was, and an atheist friend was like, well, how is theirs crazy claims much different from the Ark and yours? And it shook me. I didn't realize I didn't have a logical answer. The Nephilim were not destroyed in the flood. According to the book of Exodus, the scouts found them in the promised land. Also, if the Nephilim were supposed to be giants, how could they procreate with human women? Oh, I can answer this. I did a reading of the book of Enoch on my channel, and it goes into this a lot. Basically, the Watchers were a type of angel classed to monitor humanity. They fell in love with humans, came to Earth in human form, and married, procreated, etc. The children of that union, they were the giants. That was the thing. They were the giants. Not just big like Goliath. We're talking mountain-sized, like 3 kilometers tall. Huge dudes that ate everything, including people, and caused a lot of havoc. Is that how you spell havoc? I guess so. No red line under it, right? Caused a lot of havoc. This craziness on the earth and screams of the people caught the attention of the other angels, who went to Yahweh, because Yahweh didn't know. Okay, that was the thing. To Yahweh, who knows all, but knew nothing about this, and told him, hey, yo, this is happening. And he was like, what? Gross. And flooded. I mean, basically. You're welcome. This is the Book of Enoch. That's it. Let's see. How about one that builds bridges instead of more... Wait, that you continue to focus on the smallest group of flat earthers in the religious community only highlights blah, 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 blah. Wow. Okay. I wonder. Any of these? Let's see. I just picked up on that one. I like doing the Wim Hof breathing exercises for meditation for a little bit. That's good. This reminds me, did you get into the mudfly? So I started listening to Carl the Crusher, I think his name is, and just been listening to different stuff that he's been doing. He seems really interesting, and he's it just seems like just a fun dude, really genuinely interested in checking this stuff out. So yeah. Let's see. That is work. The point made is that someone can be a bad person and still get in. I still can't see how that's a plus. That's true. Yeah. But that's the whole point, is that according to what we read in the book of Enoch, all that Yahweh wants is for you to just stand at his throne and constantly scream, "You're the best. Oh my God. Amazing. Beautiful. You're a model. Oh my goodness. Yes. Work, God. Yes." That's all he wants. Heaven is not a place where beautiful things happen and you get to see your family again. Heaven is literally you just standing there for eternity shouting, "Yahweh! Oh my God, yes, you're excellent. Oh my gosh, we're so lucky. Aren't we so lucky to have Yahweh, you guys? Oh my God, Yahweh. Oh, Yahweh is so good. Oh my God, yeah, Yahweh, Yahweh, Yahweh." For eternity. That's heaven. That's it. That's why he wants as many people there as possible. It's a low entrance fee because it's a cheap show. Okay, that's why. And to Carl, or Carl with a K. It's Carl with a C. And let's see. I think it's Carl the Crusher. Yeah. Is that his name? Yeah, this guy. I don't know, he seems like a nice dude too. But he just kind of goes out and does stuff. Yeah, applause by Lady Gaga. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he just seems like he's having fun doing it, checking stuff out, and yeah, he just seems like he's having fun. He's got some kids, and he's taking some of them out, and he just seems to have a good time with them. I don't know. It's just, even if you don't totally agree with his conclusions, he's still just a entertaining, just like fun dad to watch. Yeah, so it's nice. Let's see. What do you think about me posting daily? That's fine. How am I an idiot, Nicholas? Look at this. Can you imagine? Look at this guy. I don't know how well you guys can see it. It's just like this gentle-looking old man and his gentle-looking wife next to him in this Lord Nick of nowhere, and he calls her an idiot. A lot of Christian men will insult me, then immediately block me before I can engage them in enlightening conversation. Interesting. Yeah, that's true. The Bible tells the story of two sisters who couldn't find husbands to impregnate them, so they got their father drunk and had sex with him instead. Y'all know you want to retreat this wild. Yeah, chapter and verse. No, that's true. That's true. I mean, that's true that it's in the Bible. Okay. The bear thing, flashing lights, cookie butter in a blender. It's just a lot of different stuff she wrote about. So if you don't know how life began, then how do you know God did not create like the Bible states? Through the Bible, bro. Thanks. Wow. That is like... I don't even need to use like a compass, because I could just use this to draw a perfect circle. That is it. That's it. Yeah. Haven't seen you. Hello, Max. How you doing? How's your hair? Is it good? Is it long and luscious? Genesis is 2,000-year-old Jerry Springer. Yeah, basically. Gross. 5 alive. Oh my God. Mellow yellow. Christian apologists seem extremely dishonest. Yeah. Atheists, how do you define morality? That's a good question. How do you guys define morality? I would say doing the stuff that encourages the best well-being of everybody, or as many people as possible. Yeah. I think that encompasses a lot of stuff, like Like, is killing a good idea? Is it a moral idea? Well, that doesn't improve the well-being of the most people possible, because one person, you're killing them, right? But then what if you get one of those situations where you're hiding from the Nazis and one person has a baby and the baby starts crying? If you kill the baby, then everyone will be safe because the Nazis won't hear you. But if the baby keeps screaming and nobody kills the baby, then the Nazis will find you. Well, you kill the baby. I mean, it's not going to be good. You know, I'm not saying it's a good decision. I'm just saying it. If we're all going to die anyway, the baby's going to die either way. At least this way, more people survive. You know what I mean? So that's kind of how I define it. I think it kind of fits most situations where you do the thing that, and I think a lot of stuff that has been deemed as a moral or immoral act immoral, not amoral, act by a lot of religious people, I don't think it is moral or immoral. I don't think so. Like wearing certain clothes, you know, dressing a certain way that makes a person look overly sexualized. Who is being harmed? I don't see anybody being harmed. I don't see it as a moral or immoral question. I don't think morality enters into somebody's clothing, yeah. It is subjective, but Mage, like your personal moral code, I guess you could say. Not only does heaven sound terrible, but just standing around doing nothing and praising him sounds like the others of that time. I guess Jesus isn't different, yeah. It's just praise him, yes. Praise, yes. Come on, yes. That's it, just over and over for eternity. Because that's what Enoch was like saying. He was like, and I just kept hearing him say Yahweh and all this other stuff, you know. No intentional malice in an unjustified way. Okay. Who's the mommy? Oh no, it's Leah. Who's the wife? She's your second cousin. Yeah, she's your cousin. Yeah, exactly. Let's see. Trying to find another question we could discuss. God gives life and he can judge and take it away as he pleases, and there's nothing anyone can do or say about it. I don't apologize for him like some people do. He owes you no explanation. Yeah. I mean, that's healthy. So you're a minion for a mob boss. Yeah. Right. Yeah. I like the Apocrypha stuff. I do too. I want to read more of it. My hyper MAGA boss saying dressing in a slutty way is offensive because he himself never gave consent to look at them. Look, I'll be honest. Sometimes we have students that they show up and they are wearing clothes that I am like, nope, nope. But who am I to say, hey, this makes me feel uncomfortable, please don't wear it. Why does it make me feel uncomfortable, you know? They're not doing anything. They're not even doing anything like that. They're wearing clothes that are fashionable and they feel cute in. Let them wear it, whatever. So I just okay, if that's what you want to wear. You know. Honestly, I don't like to enforce uniform stuff. If they want to wear it, like they're like, oh, you can't wear a shirt with like the F word on it. I mean, why not? Who cares? I mean, I have to enforce it, and I do enforce it. It's part of my job. It's just, so what? Who cares? So what if they have a middle finger printed on their pants? Who cares? You know? Does it inhibit other people's ability to study? Nope. Does it cause me physical or psychological harm? Nope. Who cares? You know? We had a student, I call it his pizza shirt. He wasn't allowed to wear it. But he had the pizza shirt, which was like a woman who was topless, but she had 2 pizza slices over her nipples. It was his pizza shirt. He wore it under his uniform, but then as soon as the final bell rang to dismiss the school, he would like take his uniform off, and then there was the pizza shirt. So eventually, he had to not wear that. But it was just, I mean, okay. It's funny. I mean, and none of us thought it was anything other than funny. We thought it was hilarious. Our biggest concern, our biggest question was, where did he even find a shirt like that in Korea? that was it. Because we didn't think, oh yeah, this little kid's being a pervert and he's harassing other girls or something. Never occurred to us. It was just, where does he even get a shirt like that here? Yeah, he wasn't allowed to wear it though. Why? It was funny. It's a funny as hell shirt. It's just funny. Who cares, you know? Had a Furburger shirt, okay. You need to do one with your girl Lilith, absolutely. Absolutely. God is a drag queen with a following. Yes, he is. Huge following. What is it? You're perfect. You're beautiful. You look like Linda Evangelista. You're a model. Currently pursuing a PhD. Currently a master's degree and then a PhD. I'm only taking one class at a time, so that's why it's taking so long. I just figured it's the least stress is just to take one course at a time. Oh, this isn't us. This is us. Okay. In the Bible, God sent 2 bears to rip apart 42 children because they made fun of a bald man. Yeah. Which is ridiculous. He's just a vengeful dude. He's a vengeful guy. If you were on death row, what would be your last meal? I think Chef Boyardee ravioli and like a whole thing of Johnny Walker Black. I'd want to be drunk for my execution. Let's be honest. Or hungover and you're like, this sucks. This hurts. I want to puke. The light's too bright. And then the executioner could say, well, you won't have to worry about that in a few minutes. And then I'd be like, what? Oh. And then the executioner would be like, and then we'd laugh and then I'd cry. And then, yeah. So we could have a moment. I feel like that. Or I'd fill myself with like Pop Rocks or something, you know. Go out with a bang. And it's terrible. I don't think we should be executing people. But I'm just saying, you know, if I were having to do that, that would be my one way of trying to gain control over the situation is just by, I guess, making jokes about it would be my only way, you know. Yeah. Trying to think of anything else I could fill myself with. I don't know. Tennessee. These are the top results when you Google God, an old white man who lives in the clouds. This is clearly an anthropomorphic concept, but people still claim he exists outside of time and space. Talk to them in their language and he fixes their problems. No. I don't know what's going on with Tennessee. I guess it's a game thing from back like half a month ago. Oh, me trying to figure out how Mastodon works as Twitter burns into the ground. Okay, so we'll figure out Mastodon, I guess. Hey, atheist, do you believe in souls? Okay. What do you guys think? This is our last question, so I gotta go put my head on some ice and grab some water and my meds. So, what do you guys think? Souls. In my case, I feel like I hope there's something after death, because I think that would be cool. Not like if it's the heaven one, that's dumb. And not if I'm like floating around and I can only communicate through what's his name, John Edwards, and I'm like, hey, tell my family don't pay money for this. And then he's like, I'm getting like a name that starts with an L, Leonard, Leon. It's like a man's name with an L, but maybe it's not a man. And I'll be like, it's just it's Lee. Just say it. Just tell them like by name. Tell them so and so and so and so go home. I don't know. It's like a short name. I don't know. It could be L. It could be R. Like a Rihanna. Maybe it starts with maybe it's a man's like a Ryan. Yeah, you know. Like, that would be torture. Yeah. But outside of that, no, I think it'd be cool. Like if I could still, I don't know, learn stuff, you know, because if I'm still alive after I die, then I could see what cool stuff people invent, you know, like what's technology gonna look like in 100 years? I want to know. I think that'd be cool. So yeah, I hope that something like that happens. But it probably wouldn't be cool. Because I'm sure if you could come up to pre-life person, pre-life, somehow, whatever concept that would be, and be like, hey, there's a thing called life, and you could like do stuff and have autonomy. That sounds really cool, but then you're born and it sucks. So I feel like oh yeah, reincarnation or whatever, and then it's like I am an ant. I don't want to be an ant. I want to understand what the humans are doing. I miss that. Oh no, wait, I smell something. I gotta walk, and you're just like, man, I gotta work all day. I'm a stupid ant, and then you die. You become like a tree or a piece of grass. Maybe that would suck. Maybe that should just be over. I don't know. I'm actually taking one course for my master's at a time too. What you're doing? Are you also doing psych? I feel like you were doing something else, like sports medicine. I don't remember. Let's see. Something that gives you wild incontinence, right? Your soul. Oh, you mean your the death thing? Yeah, right. I would just eat a lot of, I don't know, beans or something. Music touches the soul. So you're saying that reaction from good music that you can't really put into words, that you would say is the soul. Okay. Can't explain it. It's been present in countless deaths. There's something, I think maybe a soul. Okay. What? Yeah, and I mean that's, yeah. That kind of like consciousness almost, maybe. Who said a fate worse than death? Pre-life. Oh my gosh. I want to say it was it Hubert Farnsworth? Was it, I feel like it's Futurama, right? It's Hubert Farnsworth, right? At least you won't be an ant for too long either way, right? Which type of psych are you doing? Do you want to do clinical or do you want to do research? I just want to do research. I mean, I want to do research. I think clinical, I'd have to change my job entirely, and I don't want to. I like teaching. Every day someone tells me about a deity that talks to them, cares about their specific issues, and makes things happen for them. They're so adamant about this deity existing, swear it's real, and say I should believe in it too. Honestly, I just don't get it. Yeah, it was Farnsworth. I think it was. It was probably the Chromos something, and then they started becoming young again, right? Yeah. Only Fry was not affected. They started becoming young again. Man, you're talking to Lee Lemon, trying to sneak a Futurama reference past me. Lesbian just means doesn't understand biology. No, lesbian means can't control my biology. I did not choose to be attracted to women. Wow. Yeah, alas, I'm a lesbian, cruelly trapped in a male body. Notice how nobody liked, retweeted, replied. Yeah. You made the choice? No. Exactly. But isn't it just a sexual urge that you've chosen to explore? I feel like people who have sexual urges towards the same sex but don't choose to explore the former, that this is being bisexual. And they like you don't how do I want to phrase that do not have strong So I said, I feel like people who have sexual urges towards the same and opposite sex but don't choose to explore the former, they don't realize that heterosexual people do not have strong sexual urges for the same chick. Bro, goodbye. Sorry to be the one to let you know. You know? Bye-bye. Let's see. There's the whole lights going out. Yeah, no, I've heard of that. Summer. I've heard of that for sure. Yeah, this guy, he didn't realize. Doesn't understands biology, I know, right? That's good. That's too bad she keeps getting a lot of crap for that, you know? It's like she'll get crap for that, or being female, or being atheist, or being black. It's like, it's not, I don't know. There's just, like, for people that want to be crappy, you know, it just sucks. I mean, at least she's pretty, because then they would hate on her for being ugly too. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's 100. Yeah, suffered. Yeah. No, you're not making a choice, man. That's not what other people feel. That ain't it, my dude. Let's see. Are you vegan? If not, would you become vegan? I'd rather just focus on the atheist ones. Wait. There have been 41 school shootings this year. I feel like that's scarier. Yeah. Yeah. We'll just retweet that. Let's keep the schools safe for everybody, you know. Because I got students like that, and they need to know. You know, they're supported. We being their teachers and staff, you know. Regulate, I don't know. I'm trying to find one last one. John Wick. Sneaks into a local church, changes all God's pronouns to they. I mean, it should be, right? It should be. Alright, there's no objective morality outside God. You know certain things are wrong subjectively because God has given you a conscience. Wait, what? In a world without God, you cannot have anything objectively good or evil. Okay, so what? Why do I need a choice that makes objective moral sense for me and for, like, a mouse? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I'll do that way later in life, Rob. Yeah, you better be laughing. I know, I feel bad. I feel like my neighbors heard me. That's why I'm trying not to laugh so loud. Let's see. The faith instincts. Okay. We're good. More stuff about sports, which is fine. He is everywhere in the heavens and the earth. He made the stars shine, yet he cannot be seen. He is noble, abundant, and fills the universe. He can lift you into the sky and bring you gently down. He can help heal. He can help kill. He can take up many forms. Praise be unto he, helium. I think on that note, that's an excellent note. I'm going to share it with the group chat. And we'll head out. I want to thank you guys for joining me. And yeah, let's check out what you're saying at the end. Never understood that it's a choice argument. For the sake of argument, it's a choice. Then why is choosing? Why is right? Even if it's a choice, so what? Right? So what? So it's a lifestyle choice. So what? I lifestyle chose to be a teacher. Is that evil too? Hey, Shane. Actually, I was just gonna pop out. Yeah. My subjective morality informed by God's objectivity says that it's not evil, totally fine, checkmate theist. That's true. I checked, and it's okay. So, yeah, I understand. If this was already talked about, what are your thoughts about teaching kids about the existence of LGBTQ+? Why, who cares? You know what I mean? Like, they're gonna be in a group of people where this exists, and they might be one of those people, you know? So, that's all. So I try to, yeah, you know, we have to mention it in social studies class too, you know, so I think the thing is, by the time they're where I have them as students in high school, they know for themselves and they know about other people. What they don't hear is any open comments about it, you know. They feel like they can't ask questions and all of that stuff, you know. And I think that's that sucks. So I open up my classroom for them to ask questions, and I sometimes get students asking questions about, like, one student said, I don't have a problem with gay people, but when I find out somebody's gay, it does make me feel uncomfortable, and I feel bad about it, but that's how I feel. And I was like, thank you for sharing, So we got to think about, why do we feel uncomfortable about it? What is something that we've been told? Is there a concern? What are your concerns? And so the fact that the student felt uncomfortable, which was wonderful that we had it on Zoom, because the students could message me privately, so nobody would out themselves as, this person that doesn't agree with it, and, oh, let's be mean to this student, And so, we talked about that. Well, why would it make you feel uncomfortable? What are some of your concerns? Are your fears, And we were able to have just a really good discussion in the class. And that's really what the students need. That's really what anybody needs, I think, is just to have a discussion about it, and to not be demonized for feeling a certain way, to not be hated because they said something that might be unpopular. It might sound bigoted. And that's where the problem comes in, is that they know they might sound bigoted, which scares them from voicing their concern or feeling, but they can't get rid of the feeling unless they voice it, and then we have an honest talk about it, So in Florida, you can't mention it, sadly. These are not things that we just bring up. These are things that it's part of the class. You know what I mean? Like, it's part of the textbook, that kind of stuff. It's part of the class. So we have to talk about it. It's so weird about Florida's law, because the whole point of being a teacher is to teach students about stuff going on in life, and especially with that recent shooting and things. How are you supposed to have a discussion about current events and forget to include, like, a really major component of current events? It's like saying, okay, you can talk about current events, but you're not allowed to talk about war. But there is a war. Like, that's a big thing. Or you can talk about current events, but you can't talk about political changes. Like, if a leader changes, like Queen Elizabeth dying, you can't talk about that. Why not? It's current events, It just seems like an arbitrary thing, and I don't know why. Like, why would you limit what students, like, they're gonna encounter it. It's the same with drugs and stuff. If they have questions, ask questions, we know that just the abstinence only education doesn't help, It just breeds curiosity, and when students ask each other for answers and neither of them know what they're talking about, they're going to come up with a wrong answer, you know what I mean? So just talk about it, have a discussion, feel comfortable asking, and it is interesting. A lot of the students have really interesting questions, and one of them the other day was like, where do you buy drugs? And I was like, well, I bought this at Starbucks, this is my coffee. But you're probably talking about, like, illegal drugs, right? He's like, yeah. I said, well, a lot of downtowns, you can go there and, you might, usually somebody knows a guy, but, you might be able to find somebody who asks you, especially if you look like you're looking for something, who just asks you, some random person at 2 a.m. downtown. But there's, like, other stuff, like fentanyl, that people can cut with drugs. Like, if their heroin isn't good enough, the fentanyl, like, does similar. With fentanyl, it's really easy to die. Like, 0.1 grams is enough to kill you. Do you trust some random dude at 2 a.m. in the middle of an alleyway to know enough about chemistry to not kill you? And of course, all the students were like, no. I said, that's what you have to, that's the answer, Yeah, you could find that guy. I'll tell you where to find him, but do you trust that he knows enough about chemistry to not kill you? For $20, you know what I mean? And so that's the kind of stuff we talk about, Yeah, so it's interesting stuff. But again, they're older teens. So we do get to have these interesting conversations. I don't know about little kids, but I teach little kids that stuff. Yeah, because the little kids will have questions like, how can people drink alcohol if alcohol tastes bad? And so you tell them, well, sometimes you feel like you want to do something, but you feel like you shouldn't do it, right? And so with alcohol, it makes that part of your brain go to sleep for a while, and then you do the things. And so for some people, it makes them feel really like happy and, you know, confident. They can do the stuff that they want to do, but they feel like they're not allowed to do. Like if you want to, sometimes you ever want to just like run around or sing on the bus, and you feel like, oh, maybe I shouldn't do that. Well, if you have alcohol, it turns off that part of your brain that says don't do it, and then you do it, and you feel fun, and you're having a nice time just singing and all of that. But there's a lot of other stuff that alcohol tells you too, or that your brain tells you that you should do, like yell at your friend or break something of your parents or things like that. Maybe yell at somebody, say bad things to them and hurt their feelings. And if you have that part of your brain turned off, then you can say all these really bad things to people. And then the next day when you feel back to normal, you don't have friends anymore. You know, you could really hurt people. You could hurt yourself. So this is why it's not really a good idea to do it. And they're like, oh, okay. So yeah, any restaurant asked to speak to the cook. That's what I've heard. I'm trying to think. Back when I was working at fast food, that's my first job when I was 16 to 18. That was what I was doing. I don't know if anybody, I think we did. We had two like line cooks. They sold marijuana, I think. Yeah, that was it. I don't know. I think, you know, we were always acting silly, but we always, you know, made sure we had clean products and things. I don't think anybody came to work high. I don't know. We worked seriously. Like we did a serious job with cleanliness. But we were just very silly interacting with each other. I think it was a good mix. It's a good experience for a first job. Yeah. So, alrighty, guys. Restaurant, not fast food. Oh, fast food probably not guaranteed. Yeah. You need to see this. What do I need to see? You sent me a tweet. What tweets? I got 32 tweets. Now if I click on it, it's just going to disappear. Not everyone must hear false prophecy. Most or many. How do we determine that? Okay. I don't know if I see your tweet, Sean. Is it in here? Oh, okay. Never forget one of our pastor wives' Christmas parties. We were given the task of having sex with our husbands every day for 30 days in December. I'll also never forget the face of the woman in the group who, because of physical reasons, could not. This is horrifying. I'm going to share it. This is horrifying. It's horrifying. Man. See, that makes Carl seem a lot less crazy. You know what I mean? Makes the guy who's like, I don't know, is this ancient aliens? Maybe. He doesn't seem very hard and set, but it's like, could this be gateways, you know? Blah, blah, blah. Yep. He seems to be a lot more reasonable at this point. Yeah. So Sean, thank you for that. Thank you for blessing us all with that horrifyingness. And yeah, so on that note, guys, I hope you have a great time. How long have we been live? Wow, 4.5 hours. I'm going to go, like I said, put my head down and then eventually play some Pokemon Go. So if you want help playing Pokemon Go, without any, without walking around, let me know. Some of us can't walk very well, so. Alright, guys. I'll see you later. Have a good one. Adios. Bye-bye. Not bom dia. Buenas noches. And all of that good stuff. See you later.